It's actually freedom. But everybody who runs government today is fearful. In fact, I think many Americans are fearful of freedom.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Folks, Sunday is Mother's Day. You still need a gift for your wife or mom? Hi, this is Christine from Beau Visage Skincare and Spa with some good news. It's not too late to treat her like a queen. Just buy her a luxurious gift package at Beau Visage. And it's quick and easy shopping. Call 303-779-5002. That's 303-779-5002. Or order online at bvspa.com. That's bvspa.com.
When Master Services tells you they provide the best service at the lowest price guaranteed, they can prove it. Ryan Schuling here for Master Services, and I've got the receipts. Brand new AC system starting under $3,000. Master Services will also save you at least 30% on sewer line repairs compared to competitors. Plus, they've been on Tom Martino's referral list for over 20 years. Call them at 720-434-4306. That's 720-434-3406. Or go online to masterrooter.plumbing. Masterrooter.plumbing for Master Services.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
The SOTA weight loss plan has changed my life. And I don't just mean because I lost 33 pounds. I mean because now I understand how to keep the weight off. I've done every diet plan known to man, and every single time I gained every single pound back. But SOTA has given me the tools to stay on track and even the accountability with once monthly phone calls as I stay in maintenance. If you need to lose weight and you're tired of being on the yo-yo diet plan, just go to SOTAweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com, and tell them Mandy sent you.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Inspiration spurs action, and action gets it done. Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Kitchens, Baths, Finished Basements, Windows and Doors. Our schedule's filling fast, so take action and reserve your spot. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
This report is sponsored by the Tudor Dixon Podcast.
Keep the umbrella handy for your Thursday. Temperatures are going to be quite a bit cooler, down into the mid-50s, mostly cloudy skies with a good chance for some spotty shower action, especially later on this afternoon. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Coming up this week on the Tudor Dixon Podcast, we talk with Rob Finnerty of Newsmax about the latest from the Trump trials and deterioration of our colleges and universities, plus an episode on a new prayer app with a story that is truly remarkable. It's the Tudor Dixon Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Reaction to President Biden's comments about withholding weapons from Israel if a widespread incursion in the southern city of Gaza takes place. ABC's Jordana Miller has more from Jerusalem.
Israeli leaders striking a defiant tone a day after President Biden announced he would not supply Israel with weapons for a major invasion of Rafah City. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant saying, quote, "To Israel's enemies and its best friends, the state of Israel cannot be subdued, not the IDF, not the Defense Ministry."
Adult film star Stormy Daniels once again on the stand in Donald Trump's hush money trial. The courtroom is filled today with some of the former president's supporters, including conservative commentators and Florida Senator Rick Scott. Following the cyber hack of United Health, Ascension, one of the largest nonprofit healthcare networks in the country, says it has also been the victim of a cyber attack. 140 hospitals in 9 states are affected. This is ABC News. A new study of FBI data shows thefts of guns from cars has tripled in the past decade. Cars are now the #1 source of stolen guns in the country. Attorneys general for 21 states now pushing Congress to close a loophole that allows for the sale of some hemp products, including one known as Delta 8, also called Weed Light.
When combat veteran David Karp left the Army didn't leave him.
I'll have the mood swings, agitated, anger.
He found relief in Delta 8, whose effect is similar to that of marijuana. In Texas, where actual weed is illegal, Delta 8 is found in vape shops.
My thoughts have slowed down. I'm controlling my breathing. I've relaxed.
The Texas lieutenant governor has asked state lawmakers to consider an all-out ban on those products before the next session of the Texas legislature. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
A day after the Olympic flame arrived in the French city of Marseille, the torchbearers have begun the iconic relay. Around 10,000 people will carry the flame to the Paris Games. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Lawmakers approved a property tax relief bill that would give many home.
Hello, you good?
And an average saving of $300 to $400 a year.
Yay.
Just how Tabor refunds work was also sent to the governor on the last day of the legislative session. An offer of more time in a city shelter convinced some migrants in a camp being swept to go indoors. The city swept 2 migrant encampments Wednesday. One was under Central Park Boulevard. Some from that camp moved to a new one under the A line near Pena Boulevard in East Denver. That camp was also swept. Single people usually can only stay 72 hours in a city shelter, but the city offered those at this encampment 7 days in a hotel shelter with intensive case management. Migrant advocate Amy Beck tells Fox 31 it's a big win.
With intensive case management, there is a good chance that many of them will get housed and be able to stay in our community.
Many migrants at this camp had refused to go to a city shelter, giving them a list of demands before they would do so. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Primatene Mist.
Starting over on the east end of town and south of DIAE 47 bound. Ongoing road work continues with stopping the traffic between
yes, sir.
and I-70.
I realize I have
otherwise
the control
calming
for
down
my
throughout the
return
Denver
audio
Metro
here.
after a
Oh, yeah. No, you can control it much better than I can.
speeds through town.
And
We're
so
seeing some normal
I can
congestion
get
on the
Mark
6th Avenue
boosted if
eastbound
he,
off-ramp to I-25.
Or turn them off, actually.
Right. And, I do what I can to match his volume with yours.
Yeah,
so
I can
my
do that
control
for
over
YouTube.
Him, and
That
that's
would
me
be...
telling him to do something. I have very little control over those volumes because, I'm limited to the pot. I don't have the access rack unit here for me to turn the knobs.
Asthma attack? Every second feels like an eternity. Primatene Mist.
You got all the knobs, mister.
And airways quickly, providing quick relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma. Get the #1 FDA-approved over-the-counter asthma inhaler. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
It's not too late for deep spring cleaning. Call who I call, Zero Res, 303-471-5150. Carpet cleaning, 3 rooms, just $109 and $75 off duct
haven't
cleaning.
heard from
Mention
my
me,
guest
Tom
today.
Martino, ZeroResDenver.com.
Are they coming there?
He's supposed to be coming here, I think, but I haven't heard from Sue.
Right here on.
Well, we were thinking it's supposed to be Buddy Mitchell, right?
Yeah. Can Kachina check with Sue's, please?
Yep. On it.
And see if anybody talked
with quality
to him.
brands like Carrier and always Plum.
If he
Crazy
shows up
value.
at the studio,
I
we can
use
put him
Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics.
It'd be great if he's accidentally sending out a technician.
Anybody in the
Plumline
studio?
Services.
Nope.
No
Fort
deputies?
Collins.
Nope.
Okay.
Servants at heart, 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Hello, morons. Hello, flunkies. Hello, good people of all ages and walks of life. We are here to solve problems, as I've been doing now for nearly 50 years, 45 in Denver, trying to actually, oh my God, it has been that long. Who ever thought, who'd have thunk that I would be doing this for this long? I just love it. I really do, by the way. Even though people give me a lot of crap here and there, for the most part, I love helping. Now, the one thing that bothers me is when I try to help people by telling them the truth and they don't like hearing it. I promise you, try to find a solution even if you did something stupid. I want to give you some updates on calls we had earlier, but I'm going to go to the phones first. 303-713-TALK is when we're on the air here. Now, we also have another number we use 24/7, and we answer it if we're around. If not, you can leave a message and we'll call you back. We got 2 of those such people right here. And we will call you back so you don't have to hold, and you don't have to get a busy signal. And also, you can call, it comes right through when we're on the air. So I'm going to go to Victoria, who wants to talk about a recall. And then I invite anyone to call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. And I'm getting a lot of reaction to a video that I posted about timeshare, call them financial herpes. It's something I've sung before. It's an old hit, but a golden, just a good golden hit. People like hearing it. So a golden oldie. And so you might want to check it out. I just recap why timeshares are bad news, and the timeshare exit people are just as bad, and so are the people who say they're going to sell it. I haven't found one yet. I'm looking that I like. Now, the FinLaw group comes close, but you're going to pay a law firm $4 or $5 grand, and there's no guarantee. Now, he's upfront about it. He's honest. No guarantee. Some say there's a guarantee, but they're liars. When they say there's a guarantee, what they mean is they guarantee to get you an offer to get out. And if you don't accept the offer, they're gone. So this is what Timeshare Exit Team used to do. They were called the Timeshare Exit Team. A bunch of liars and crooks, in my opinion. Here's what they used to do. They'd bring people, if people wanted their money back because they didn't get an offer, they'd bring somebody an offer. Because they'd go to the developer and say, make us a ridiculous offer. The developer would say, yeah, 50 grand you can get out. So they go to the consumer, here's your offer. The consumer rejected 50 grand. So then guess what? Timeshare Exit Team say, whoa, well, we did our work. We did what the contract said. We guaranteed to get you an offer. See, watch out for those sneaky little bastards in the Timeshare Exit Team. Now, Victoria, what is happening in your life?
Okay, so I purchased a 2024, it's a Kawasaki Mule Pro FX Ranch Edition.
Damn, that's a mouthful. Now, Victoria, that's a nice vehicle, though. That's a recreational.
I thought so
that's
too.
like a recreational vehicle, right?
Yes, we use it for recreation, and we actually purchased it for a business as well.
Okay.
So,
how many horsepower is that?
You know, I don't know all that.
Okay. So you bought a Kawasaki. We can call it an ATV, right?
Yes.
All right. What happened?
Okay, so we made the purchase on March 26th, and we ended up picking it up on March 29th because they added a windshield and a rear view mirror for us. And so we picked it up, and we rode it for a little bit. Well, on April 26th, we received a letter that just says date April 2024, and it says there's a recall, and it says it's investigating improper combustion during engine startup, potentially creating a fire risk on the 2024 Mule Pro FX, and then it reads other models there. It says do not drive your Mule.
So about a possible,
Pro FX.
Was it a fuel leak, did you say?
It says that it's improper combustion, so
got
it
it.
can
Okay.
start a fire.
Okay. Basically about a risk of fire.
Yes.
Okay, so then what?
And it says do not drive your mule until
It did
an
say that. It
authorized
said
repair.
do not drive it.
Yes.
Okay, wow.
In bold letters.
And did it offer a solution?
No, they said they regret the inconvenience, but they have no solution, and that they will let us know when they do.
Come on.
So they left a phone number, so we called that. We talked to the manufacturer at Kawasaki. They said they just kept repeating.
This was in April, so we're only looking at a month later.
Right. Just a few days because we received it April 26th, the letter in the mail.
So what are they going to do about it? I mean, I mean, it's better for them to do this, but you're saying I'm not getting the use out of the damn thing, and it's new. So where do you stand right now?
Right now, we've made phone calls to the finance company. We've made phone calls to the local business that we purchased it from.
Where'd you purchase
and we've
it?
made phone calls to the manufacturer. It's called Hester's Motorsports in Raton, New Mexico.
And are they good people? Are they willing to do anything, like maybe trade you on something?
Well, at this point, we've tried to call 3 times, and we haven't received a call back.
Oh, that's not right. How much did you pay for this thing? How much did you pay for this?
The total amount came out to $24,000 something.
Holy crap! I didn't realize they were that expensive.
Yes, it'll be. Oh, it says amount finance is $23,739.32.
Okay, so were you going to? What were you using it for? Hunting?
So we like to just use it for riding around in beautiful country, but we also have we own some goats, and so we use it for that business, and then we own a little store that we use it.
Now,
for,
do you tow it behind a car or an RV?
We tow it on a trailer, yes, behind a truck.
So listen, the dealer should do something. I want to. Who do we got on today, Kachina? Who do we have on?
We could probably give this to either Deputy Chopper or Deputy Dollar.
Okay, I want to give this to Chopper to call them, the dealer. And it's not the dealer's fault, really, but the dealer should maybe come up with a solution if it takes much longer. Now, Kawasaki's a pretty damn good company. What was the latest you heard from them?
So Kawasaki just kept thanking us for our patience in this matter. And sorry about that. They thanked us for our patience and kept repeating that. And then they decided, they also said that there was no solution on their end and they would not be taking the bike back.
Wait a minute. I mean, there's no solution. They're not throwing their hands up forever. I mean, come on. They're not saying you bought something because, I mean, they're not saying you bought something and it's forever not going to be driven.
No, it's saying that, let me see. It says Kawasaki is diligently pursuing a repair procedure and will announce it as soon as possible.
Here's the question. When does that become unconscionable? I mean, really, right. When does it? I think that it's not unconscionable right now. So let's, and this is good you didn't sit on this a long time because I said, oh, it's only a month. And then I would have said to you, if you called a year later, I would have said, well, what the hell did you wait so long for? So let's do this. Let's give this to Deputy Chopper. What we'll do is have one of our people call the dealer and we'll call Kawasaki. Do you have a contact at Kawasaki you've been talking to?
We did. We don't have a contact. I have a phone number though. It's 866.
Well, hold on. Give it to Chopper.
Okay.
Give it to Chopper.
Okay, sure.
Did you talk to a particular person at all?
No.
Okay.
They didn't give an.
All right. Why don't you hold on and Kachina, get that over to Deputy Chopper, and I'll mark that down as pending and working with him. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by waterpros.net. You know how I feel about water. It's the most important nutrient you can put in your body. Yes, it is a nutrient, and it is what would you call it, a mineral in a way? I mean, you actually want to remove a lot of that with the purified reverse osmosis water, and it's fully installed for $1,400. You can't say enough about it. You will start drinking more water. waterpros.net. 303-862-5554.
Last chance. Midnight tomorrow is the final deadline in Children's Colorado Mighty Millions raffle.
Did anyone hear anything about Buddy?
$2.7 million grand prize show home.
Not yet.
Of Denver.
Did she call
Suze?
Suze?
$875,000 in bonus cash. All 60 prizes will.
Suze hasn't texted back. We'll call her now.
Make a mighty difference for patients and families in Children's Colorado. Last chance. Midnight tomorrow is the final deadline. Order now at MightyMillionsRaffle.com.
Joe Cano is a certified financial planner, and I've talked to him over the years for all kinds of stuff. And right now, one of the things he is concentrating on is helping people as they approach retirement or getting ready for retirement at any age. But the good thing about a fixed indexed annuity, and by the way, when I say annuity, I'm saying fixed indexed annuity. I'm saying not variable, not high cost, not a lot of fees. Those are securities. We're talking about a guaranteed product here in writing. Guaranteed never to lose, guaranteed principal, guaranteed income. So let's talk about that, Joe. You're saying at least a good portion of somebody's wealth in a retirement plan or in a stock account should at least be dedicated to safety.
Oh, absolutely, Tom. You know, I think the whole idea is that people want to keep their money safe. They don't want to lose any money. But one of the biggest concerns that people have, and they've been actually calling me about this, is actually they think that annuities have a high fee. And that's not the case.
Well, that's because Joe, the truth is a lot of people are lying about annuities and telling people about old-fashioned annuities. Tell them about yours.
That is right. Our fees, Tom, this annuity is modern. Okay, it's not old-fashioned. The fees on our annuity is only 1/10 of a percent. It's not even 1/4%. It's only 1/10 of a percent. Now, when you compare that to a 401k or another annuity or an IRA from a different company, consumers are looking to pay between 1% up to 3%. I mean, that's a far cry from 0.1%. And our annuities offer benefits. And you and I have been talking about this for a long time. They offer the bonus to get started. They offer guaranteed growth without the potential for loss. Think about that. Growth and protection for loss, and they have a guaranteed income for the rest of their lives. And this is really what people want today. They want to be assured that they will have enough money, that they will have a paycheck that will last as long as they will. And that's what our annuity will do. And remember, it's only 0.1%.
And you put it perfectly, and people can find out more. They call you, 303-779-6600, 303-779-6600, mymoneymyway.com. Hey, Made in the Shade. You can't do better than a one-stop shop for window coverings, especially because there's so many new things out there. The newest thing, there's no cords anywhere anymore, okay? Push and pull shades or motorized battery, solar, and they have them all. They can consult with you on all of it. You can get drapes even, whatever you want, hard goods, soft goods, and shutters. So you call them, they come and measure. They have a designer to help you figure out what you want. If you go forward, by the way, that's all free. If you go forward, then you order it, of course, and they have the best installers in the business. Here's the website, denvershades.co.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, man.
Hey, so we're hearing that Buddy's just delayed, or was
no, that's
there?
Okay.
But no, so he's still on board. Hey, we got another nutty question to ask you. I hate to even ask you to do this. We need papal dispensation because Dragon is such a company guy. Fuller can't do 115.
Well, he's got a 130.
I can do it whenever. What, you want to switch it or what?
Yeah, we'd like to move it to 12:15. Dragon says he's getting heat about moving the spots, so we're going to tell him you said that it needs to be done. How's that?
Well, you can do whatever you want, or can we do them
I know that.
Can we do them early?
Yeah, we'll do them at 12:15.
No, I mean before you leave.
No, because it's harder for me to move time around. I'll move spots all day long. I don't care. But,
okay, gotcha.
But, with us having to hit the clock in the network.
Why is he such a pain in my ass?
Who, Fuller?
No.
Dragon?
Yes.
Well.
Don't tell anybody I said that.
Yeah. Even the nicest guys can be a little prickly.
Hey, man.
I'm a great example of that.
Do I sound like a curmudgeon? You little...
You said the same word.
I called myself a curmudgeon earlier.
Well,
now we just need to figure out
Kavi or Cavi on YouTube called me a curmudgeon. Come on, man. I'm not a curmudgeon. I'm the milk of human kindness.
Tom Martino Show.
Get off my lawn.
I've never said that ever.
So just this week, I've started smoking a pipe.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Why?
Because it's easier
because
to
you
point.
Didn't like clean lungs?
No, I don't like anything. It's easy to point with the pipe and yell, "Get off my lawn."
But you really didn't start, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Come on, Shannon.
What? There's hardly anything to it. And besides,
give me a break. Why do you have to have a habit?
Well, because it's either that or just rubbing myself. I got nothing. I don't do anything.
At least that keeps, the prostate cancer risk down and all that.
Oh, yeah, there's that. No, I've been smoking a cigar a day for a while. Don't let my insurance company know. But no, I smoke a little bit. But just cigars, pipe tobacco. I can't do cigarettes. They are too harsh. Oh, speaking of harsh, here we come.
630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, when that woman called in about her ATV, her Kawasaki, I got a text here. It says, Tom, my buddy is a service writer at a huge ATV dealerships and things like this. Very common, not being able to get parts. So a lot of people are going through this. I have another text, and I got to check out to see if it's true. They say the Swiss Army knife has decided in the sake of being woke, to take the blades off of their knife.
That's true.
So it's just going to be called a Swiss Army thingamajigger. I don't know what the hell is it going to be called.
No, they're still going to keep the name, I understand, but they're taking the actual knife part off of it.
Oh, come on. The next thing you're going to tell me is that a burly beer is going to have a transgender spokesperson. Come on.
Well, I can tell you that the Boy Scouts of America are no longer the Boy Scouts.
No, I know. Hey, listen, the world's changing. By the way, when I used to be a hippie, I dreamed of times like this. I don't know what the hell happened to me. No, actually, I actually didn't change any of my beliefs. I didn't. I mean, I got maybe more sensible about things, but I thought the government sucked. I thought big pharma sucked. I went all through that. And then I was ultra liberal then, and now I'm considered ultra conservative. I don't even understand. Well, not ultra, but somewhat. I consider myself balanced. Let's talk about that other thing I talked about. I didn't mean to throw shots at Dylan whatever the hell Dylan's name is, and I don't mind Dylan. I think Dylan's very actually entertaining, but I just wanted to bring this up real quick. Do you know that Bud Light and Budweiser never recovered, ever? Never recovered from that. I find that shocking. Their revenue was down. This is giant. We're talking about in the first quarter down 10% of 2024. And Bud Light hit the skids. Bud Light hit the skids. They hired Peyton Manning to try to bring him out. You know that? Did you see his commercials? And then they also are sponsoring the, what is the fights? The Ultimate Fighting Challenge, I guess. They thought that might bring him some macho people. But nope, not working. Dylan Mulvaney was the death knell for that company. What do you think? Do you think they regret it, or do you think, hey, we took a stand. We wanted to celebrate diversity and inclusion. What do you think? I don't know. I think, as I've said before, companies should concentrate on their products and their services and their stockholders. I'm not kidding, by the way. And when I say products and services, that's consumer-centric. And then stockholders, that's what they should do. I don't want them taking stands. How can they? They got millions of stockholders. So what do you do? Or hundreds of thousands, whatever there is. You have outstanding stock. Do you know what they feel? You don't know what your stockholders feel one way or the other. It's better to be neutral. I don't see how you cannot be. Bennett, what's going on? Hi, I'm Tom. Bennett.
Hey, good morning, Tom.
What's happening?
I've got a phone number that keeps trying to call me, and it's a friend of mine, and it's blocked. Now,
wait, the phone number is blocked that keeps calling you?
No, mine. The person that's calling me says my number is blocked from them sending the call through.
Well, how does your Bennett, how does your friend know that the person trying to call you is blocked?
He gets a recording on his phone that this number is blocked.
Oh, you mean when he tries to call you, your friend is trying to call you, and he gets a message?
Correct.
Did you block his number by mistake? You can do that with fat fingers.
I may have done that.
I think that's what you did. That actually is not as difficult as you think. You might have been on his contact, and all it takes is one thumb on that thing. So what kind of phone do you have?
It's just a regular two-line telephone.
Well, what I mean is, are you talking about your cell phone? It's a cell phone, right?
No. It's my home phone number.
Well, how did you? No. Then I'm wrong. You don't block a home. You don't block people from your home that easily. That I don't understand. Why do you still have a landline? I'm just curious.
Well, I worked for them for 33 years when they were a halfway decent company.
Wait. Who did you work for, Bennett?
I worked for Mountain Bell.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Long time ago.
As Lily Tomlin says, it was the phone company. We're the phone company. She was, And you were snobby like that too, weren't you? You just said it. You just said when we were something. You were on top of the hill. Hey, get rid of the damn phone. But no, I don't know why it's blocked. Now, do other people get that when they call you?
No, just this one person that's a good friend of mine.
Can somebody tell me? I don't even know how to unblock a phone on a landline. Who's your provider?
CenturyLink.
I'll look it up for you. Just hold on, all right? 303.
Yeah.
See, hold on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Alexandria, what's happening?
Hello.
Hey, what's happening? Do people call you Alex?
They call me Alex.
That's a cool. No, I think that's a cool name. That's why I asked. I almost called my daughter that, but we opted for Dulce.
Aww.
Dulce instead. I like that name, but no one has that name. So anyway, so Alex, what's going on?
So I currently live at Haven 124 East Lake Station Apartments.
It's called.
And
What is
I'm
it called?
currently-
East Lake Station
East
Apartments.
Yes.
Okay. What can we do for you?
I'm currently going through issues with breaking my lease.
Okay. How long
before
is
I
your
signed-
lease? How long is it?
So my lease, when I signed it, was an 18-month lease. I currently still have 13 months left in my
Ooh.
lease.
Okay. Did you sign it
Yes.
alone?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you want to break it?
So for the last, I've lived here for over a year, and what made me sign my lease was there was no other available, like, again.
Wait a minute. You
was
said
because
you
there was no-
you said you signed an 18-month lease, and how many months you have left?
13.
Well, that doesn't make mathematical sense. You said you lived there a year. Then you would only have
Right.
Oh, so you
Okay, so
you
I've
lived
lived
there a
here a
while
year,
first
and then
before signing the lease.
No, I've lived here, and then I signed the lease again.
Oh, okay, got it. I got it.
Yes.
Okay, so now you got 13 months left, and so what's the problem?
Yes. So I've been dealing with cockroaches that have been throughout my entire apartment. Because I'm not the only tenant that has had these issues. And I've talked to previous apartment places around this building, and they've had people move into their complexes due to these issues.
You know, Alex, this state used to be a landlord state, meaning that tenants had little or no rights. But that's really changed a lot. There are a lot of habitability standards that you can enforce.
Yeah.
And you can make, now that may not get you out of the lease, but it can get you out of the cockroaches possibly. But I want to know something, and this is really, I really want to know this before we contact your landlord or try to help you. Do you just want out and this is an excuse, or would you stay if the cockroach problem went away?
No, I want out. I have pictures. I have evidence.
Well, you
of
want
my
out
children
because
having-
why? In other words,
Because of
let's
these-
just theoretically, if we could get rid of the cockroaches, you would still want out.
Yes, because they've gone through 3 different managers within the last year. And their maintenance, they don't do any
Okay, so in
maintenance
other words,
work
you just don't like the
whatsoever.
place anymore.
Correct.
Okay, I get you. See, that's what I want to know. Rather than attack them on the cockroaches and say, you better fix the problem, because we've actually been successful before making people address problems. But if you want out anyway, first and foremost, let me just ask you a simple question. Are there any termination provisions in the contract?
Yes, but I'm a single mother, so I wouldn't be able to.
What are they
pay the
requiring to
amount
break the lease?
that I would have to pay the full rest of.
Well,
the
then that's not an out.
18
They
months.
want you to pay all your rent and then you can get out?
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
Okay, so you have how many kids?
I have 2.
Okay. How old?
I have an 18-month, I have an 8-month-old, and then I have a 3-year-old, so they're babies.
Oh, my gosh. So did you find another place?
I did, and I had to cancel that because they're not letting me out of this lease.
Now, when you said you had to cancel it, can you get it back or not?
I don't know.
Now, I want to ask some very practical questions. I have ideas. It may not be easy. It might be. Well, let's just figure this out. Hold on. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK. We will come back to you. And anyone else who calls, give us a call, 303-713-8255. 888heating.com has the risk-free service fee, $28. Pick an item. If you want your water heater service, they'll do it, $28, and that includes a flush. But if there's anything more wrong with it, they'll give you a full, complete upfront price and credit you the $28. Now, that goes for any one item in your home, 888heating.com.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth.
No Mager again today?
He's working behind the scenes. I really have to mention that, too, because people think he's slacking.
Oh, I'm being told we had to scrape him off because the Rockies are about to play.
What?
Yeah, we run out of accesses when the Rockies have an early game.
Gosh dang it.
You guys ought to think about
coming in,
pooling your resources and buying one.
Tell me what I need to buy. I'll buy it, Shan. Seriously, what do I need to buy?
Okay, we'll talk about it. Got 2 of these coming up. I hope I wrote them right. You might as well do whatever you want with Simply Floors.
No, I know.
There you go. Euro.
Things warm up a little bit tomorrow, high 59 and warmer for the weekend. The current temperature in Denver is 45 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Nothing will kickstart your lawn better than a heavy application of Revive and springtime moisture. Apply Revive water-saving fertilizer now to make spring storms work for you. Revive takes water deep down to the roots for the greenest lawn you've ever had. Use Revive. It works.
One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Man, I love these people. They are number one in my book when it comes to garage doors. All of their prices on the website, oneclearchoicedoors.com. Wonderful service and repairs, 24/7 emergency service, and you will love that they are factory authorized for most stores. They can do parts or entire replacements of doors and openers. oneclearchoicedoors.com. Okay, let's talk about the best deals ever on water heaters, bar none. Europlumbingcolorado.net. I don't know what else to say, but no one can touch them. If you want a 40-gallon water tank, it's $13.99 fully installed, the old one taken away. And then that's some new water supply line and new gas line. I'm telling you, it is unbelievable. And we're talking about good water heaters, too. Now they'll do a 50-gallon for $14.99, plus plumbing deals all throughout. They challenge you to put them to the test. 303-668-6844, 668-6844, europlumbingcolorado.net.
Thank you. Hey, we do want to ask one thing, though. You took Bennett off the board, and he was saying that you were looking for a number for him, or you wanted us to get him
I'm
something?
looking at a solution for him. Keep him up.
Okay, we'll put him back on. All right, I'm on the Comrex website. 5 miles west to... I'm wondering about just the NX version rack mount. So it's the rack mount version of what you and Mark have, the Comrex NX. Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if just buying one, and I don't know the price, don't make me say anything, but it's about as much as the thing in front of you there. But that as a rack unit, I'm wondering if we could have you guys call in so that you only have to buy one of these. Have you guys call in mono on the right channel and the left channel. I'm wondering if that's a possibility.
Otherwise, we'd have to buy two?
Well, yeah, but I think that we've done something like the Broncos broadcast is on one axis, left and right. So left for the main broadcast and right to stay in touch with Alan Jackson so that he has constant studio communications. That's got to be something that would be available in NX to NX communication. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know enough about the product to know if it can accept two calls, because that is what you guys would be creating. I don't know if there is some sort of Comrex.
Well, can you find out for me, bro? And then we'll look into it.
All right, I'll take a peekaloo. I'll kick it around a bit. I got daughter's graduation this weekend, and I can't tell you how much of myself I got to shave and cut and clean up to get all ready. I mean, even though it is an ag college, CSU, I could look like a damn goat. Probably be really well accepted up there.
Did you move that spot? I'm freaked out now that Dragon doesn't want to move it.
I'll talk to Dragon.
Okay.
Because I will move it in the log.
I want to make sure that
everything's fine.
Okay.
I trust you. I'm having a good day today. I'm not going to screw it up.
Well, especially if is Polis doing the graduation, like doing the shaking of hands and stuff like that?
I don't know who's
so how
the
he's,
commencement speaker.
How is he getting the video then?
He emailed me. He sent me a little video.
Well, at least you're having a graduation.
Hi, Mary. I just wanted to congratulate you on graduating from Colorado State University with a Bachelor's of Science in Zoology.
I don't think it'll get to my daughter. The surprise will still be there, but I had Governor Polis make a congratulatory video for my daughter.
You did?
Yeah.
He
Nice
did
of
it
him
for
to
you?
do.
He did it for you?
Yep.
Why?
Because I like him. He likes me.
Ross.
I don't like you.
He's good friends with Ross.
He's not good friends.
Oh, yeah, they are. Hang on.
Yeah, they are.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Bennett, back to him, then to Alexandria. Because I told Bennett I was looking something up. Bennett, on your phone, if you want to unblock, just take the do you have any other numbers blocked, by the way?
Tom, not to my knowledge.
Okay, then just turn off. The easiest thing is to turn off blocking completely. Okay? You know how to do it?
No, I don't.
All right, here's what you're going to do. You're going to hang up, and when you hang up, you're going to pick it up, and you're going to hit, when you hear the dial tone, you're going to hit *80, and then you're going to hang up.
Okay.
Then have him try it. Now, if that doesn't work, then you're going to try this one, *1180.
1180.
Yeah, first try *80.
Okay.
And if that does, and then you just hang up. You might get an acknowledgement. Then, if that doesn't work, if he still can't call you, then it's *1180. Now, listen to this. If that's according to CenturyLink, so that's how you turn it off. Try it and let me know. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Alexandria, she said, Alex says, listen, I'm in an apartment. I'm sick and tired of it. I got 2 little kids. I want to move. I want to get out of here. And she says there's cockroach problems and other problems. And then she said, I can't afford they want me to keep paying even if I leave. So, Alex, there are a number of things to do. Here's the first one. Did you ask them, can I get out of the lease?
Yes.
And what did they say?
She told me that she needs to speak to her higher up.
Okay. And when was that?
That was last week on a Monday.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask some personal questions. Do you have any money saved in the bank, or do you own anything of any value?
I do have money saved in the bank.
Okay.
And
well, how much? I'm just curious. How much?
That's a bit personal.
No, but we don't know you, and there's a reason I'm asking you. I want to help you. I mean, truly, Alex, it's not like we can go and access your account. We don't know your last name. I'm just curious. Let me ask you this. Is it more than 10,000 or less than 10,000?
Less than 10,000.
Okay. Now, is it between 5 and 10? There's a reason I'm asking. I promise you this.
Yeah, I would say between 5 and 10.
Okay. Now, what I suggest you do, since there are no lawsuits or anything going on at this point, I would ditch that money. And what is your income? Now, when I say ditch that money, I mean put it in your mother's name or something. But tell me what your income is.
I make $1,600 weekly.
$1,600. What? Okay, shoot. So you make approximately $80,000 a year.
Yes.
What do you do for a living? Because I was trying to figure out if you walked away, what they would do to you. You have enough money
That's my issue too.
No. That you make enough money that they may want to garnish your wages and stuff. I'm trying to figure out a way we could eviction. That's what you're talking about. Meaning that they're not doing anything and you've reported them. And there is truly a way to do that. Okay. Now, what you would do, there are certain steps you have to take, and they might be too detailed to go into right now. But what you need to do is, in general, you need to let the landlord know, which you've done. Now you give them one final notice and saying, I've complained time and time again, and then under laws of habitability, I'm giving you constructive notice. And again, I don't want to do this. Go on AI or something and figure out how to write a constructive eviction letter. But what you do is you let them know that you're giving them one final effort to get rid of this stuff. And they're not going to be able to. You're going to give them, you say, I've been complaining for 3 months or whatever, or I declare this lease terminated and I will be moving as of. And then you have to literally hope they don't come after you, and you're going to declare it a constructive eviction. Now, again, this is something that has risk to it because they might try to challenge it. But here's the good news. In this state, they've really been, I have mixed feelings on this because I think in some cases renters take advantage of landlords. But this state is very, very tenant friendly right now. And I don't think if you can show and document problems that have not been addressed, I don't think they're going to give you a hard time. Now, it's called a constructive eviction. But before you do any of that, I want to have one of our people call management and see if they'll just do this in the friendly way. Because once they know we're involved, they might just say, you know what, we'll let her out. You may have to pay something. Yeah. So who should we give this to, do you think, Kachina?
Dollar?
I think Deputy Dollar. I think this would be good for Dollar to call them and lean on them a little. Yeah, so you hold on, and we'll try to help you here. Do you have the evidence you talked about?
I do.
Okay. And
I even emailed it to them, and she said she's received it.
Okay, good. Now you're going to wait for us, and then after that, you're going to do the constructive eviction if we can't help. But I think the combination of the two might pressure them a little. I mean, why? They can rent that place out again. I don't know why they want to. Hold on, and we'll have Kachina get your information. 303-713-8255. Hey, we'll help any way we can. Just like Denver Regen, if you want to lose weight, $250 a month. You don't beat it. You can't beat it. For semaglutide, a compounded form shipped directly to you with doctor consultations, injection supplies, denverregen.com.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half.
Easy driving throughout the Denver Metro for the late morning commute. I-25 north and southbound are showing highway speeds through town. The same can be said for I-70 east and westbound, flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. We had some construction E-470 just south of DIA. Looks like that has cleared up for the time being. On the south end of town, 225 north and southbound, no complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. Highway 36 east and westbound, back to highway speeds to and from the Boulder area. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. It's going to be a wet day out there. Expecting showers with a high of 55 degrees. Overnight low of 39. The current temperature in Denver is 46 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
So if you want solar, and I'm telling you, you don't do better than Red Rock's Roof and Solar. Red Rock's, they not only sell the systems, they install them and they service them. And they're experts when it comes to the tax credits, for which you get 40% with them, not just 30. And they have grants available for big commercial operations in rural areas where you can get them paid for and even turn a positive cash flow. They have all kinds of plans, including complete off-grid systems. If you want to check them out, you won't be sorry. The only ones with a guaranteed activation date. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449. You know, we were just talking to that young lady about getting out of her lease, and there are always problems with real estate on this show, whether it's renting or buying or financing or commercial leases or whatever. Eminent domain, maybe even easement problems, fence lines, whatever it is to do with real estate. O'Brien Legal Services, including going over closing docs. For just a few $100, you get that done compared to the hundreds of thousands at risk. OLSlaw.com. Give them a call, O'Brien Legal Services. OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388.
Thank you.
Yep.
And what's your...
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang? Yeah. Yeah.
How much time do I have, bro?
About 4 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I'll be right
Are
back.
you a renter or do you own it? Okay.
And can you say again what, because right when you were
And this is
asking
from your
about
neighbor's
the
house?
product, Tom yelled at me and I had to answer him real quick. I'm the idiot that runs the audio here, so my attention is hideously diverted. But what was it again? Well, I kind of phone it in most of the time, but you're very kind to say that.
All right.
What? Sure, lots of dead air and double audio. So what was the category
All right, gotcha.
of
All right, hang on
product
for
again?
me, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, you like a hot deal and it's already kind of gone. I wonder about reaching out to them and asking something, based on the Martino show. I heard this. I heard you had a deal. Is there something I can still get in on? Is there any sort of, can I throw myself on the mercy of the court and have you people hook me up?
Does he have the number? I can give it to him.
Well, can I throw you over to Kelly? She listens to the show much closer than I do. Don't run off, okay? Hang on. Woman.
Okay, you can call Fix It 24/7 and see if they can do something for you, but it would... Yes. Unfortunately, I don't know the specifics because they... Yeah, but I would call them 720-526-3939.
Hey, Tom, just about 30 seconds here. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Mark what you're looking for. He's already been in touch with Comrex about a dozen times.
Okay, thank you.
Asking questions. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
And I'm going to have him ask what product would serve the best for what you guys need, okay?
Good.
All right, man. Coming back.
Wow, Shannon, you are...
Brand new.
Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. All right, so Jeff, you have an issue with a house. Now, is this your home you're building?
No, I've lived for 30 years in Denver in a little 1927 bungalow. I'm the second owner, and you know what's happened in Denver? They're scraping off the little house next to me with a big company that's coming in that does these fancy homes. They scrape this house next door, put up a giant one.
Yeah. They're called infill projects. They're coming in and replacing homes instead of getting new subdivisions.
Yeah. And they went from like a little home to a $3 million home. And when they did
what neighborhood is it?
When they did the
what neighborhood is it?
It's in Wash Park. Wash Park.
That is one of the biggest areas for infill. I swear to God, they're knocking them all down.
Yeah, that's. I love my little house. Like I said, I'm the second owner, and when they took down a tree and it damaged. It was next to me.
Do you know that when was your house built? Did you say?
1927.
You want to know something, man? You know what I'm going to say. Your house, your lot's worth more than your house.
I know that, Tom. I love the house, but the house is not worth money. The land is worth money.
Just tell me, I'm so familiar with that area because we walk there a lot, and I don't want your address, but which side of the park?
East Wash Park.
Yeah, that's the best side.
Bungalows are going away, and they're putting. I was really lucky, Tom. I don't even think I was smart.
So are you right on the street, right on the park, or a few streets over?
Oh, no. I'm half a mile away from the park,
okay. I thought, okay, all right. So anyway, what's going on? Are you having a problem with the house next door with the builder?
Yeah, well, the builder has built the home and they've sold it. And during the time that they were building it, they did the demolition and cracks started happening. I have an old lath and plaster house. And I took pictures and told them about it. They said they'd fix it. They even acknowledged it. I had
what were they going to fix? What were they going to fix?
They're going to fix cracks that were in there were cracks that went from my windows to the ceiling and literally almost every door of the house. When they did the demolition, there was the whole house was shaking.
Jeff, they're never ever going to take that on, ever.
Oh.
And I'm going to tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because they're going to take on a can of worms with an old house. They're not going to take that on. But I will tell you what's going on. Hold on, okay? I want to continue this discussion and figure out what they told you, the latest. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, I'd be pissed too. You're living in a home, minding your own business. Now all of a sudden you got cracks all over. We'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Fabulous, thank you. Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang? Well, he's got some burly fellows on the staff. I am the idiot that runs the audio, so I am the opposite of help. If I may throw you on hold while we wait for Kelly to get back in the room here, she'll pick up and talk to you about everything, okay? Hang on, brother. Don't go anywhere. Hello?
Okay, are you familiar with the show?
I'm not.
Okay, well, you do know that we're a radio show, and we don't do off-air cars. We only do on-air calls with Tom. So you'd have to go on air in order to get any sort of advice or recourse. toward the issue that you're having. What is your name, sir? Brad, B-R-A-D? Perfect. And what is the year and make of your car? And what seems to be wrong with it? Is this a service issue or is this an issue with the sale? Okay, and what was the dealership you went to? All right, hang on for me, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay? Thank you.
So, in this story during the news over on CNN today, they would play a bite from somebody some woman that included the line, "Who you love is not important." And so I finally went to Chad, left us a little squidge. I said, "But what if I love Donald Trump? Is that okay?" And he said no.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he did.
But love is love, right? What if I love that big lug?
Well, you're better looking than Stormy Daniels.
Well, I think the difference between me and Stormy is we know when to keep our mouth shut and when to keep it open. Hey.
Yeah. Well, she
Hello.
certainly did.
We don't know that.
Sure we do.
My God.
But then again, who cares? We had a president who boinked like a 19-year-old in the friggin',
Yeah.
on the Resolute desk. I don't really think we care.
In the oblong orifice. What? I mean the Oval Office.
And using cigars for interesting purposes.
Oh, God. I hate thinking about that. Because it was probably a good cigar. Why ruin it? You know that Elliot Spitzer, wasn't he the governor briefly of New York? Because he was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his deal with the $5,000 hookers. And they always said it wasn't for quality of sex that you'd spend that much. It was for their silence. I've only picked up a hooker twice, but it was to drive her home, I swear. As a matter of fact, I was in a station vehicle, Tom. When we were working downtown, I was in a K-How vehicle, and I saw this girl hitchhiking. I was like, all right, I'll take her wherever. And she gets in. Want a party? No. Where do you live? Wherever you're going, I'll take you there. And then, like 4 months later, I see her again. I'm like, well, I got to see how she's doing. I picked her up again. Want a party? No, we've been through this before. Doing? I wasn't going to ask that part. I thought, I hope somebody sees me pick her up in a K-How vehicle. I want to have this conversation with a cop.
I love that.
Well, the courtroom artist drawing of Stormy Daniels has her looking eerily like Glenn Close. I wonder if that's any sort of premonition on who's going to fire.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome. This is the only show of its kind. Let's get to the phones and try to solve your problems. Welcome one and all, whether you are downloading and streaming or podcasting or whatever. We actually have a giant download audience. Pretty good streaming. Streaming are just diehards. They're good people. And they comment instantly, so I get an idea of what people are thinking. But I don't think, and I think it's safe to say, that the streaming audience cannot reflect my overall audience. I think that's safe to say. I mean, if they did, I think I'd be a little upset right now. I think that if I thought the morons reflected the general pop, then I'd have to, I don't know, I'd have to do something drastic. I would have to probably, what would I have to do? If what do you think? For my studio, if I ever knew, if somebody said, yes, they are a direct reflection of your actual audience and what they're thinking is what they're thinking, I think I would. I would have to. Anyway, let's talk to Jeff about this house. Now, Jeff, when we left off, here's bottom line. They did, when did they do, by the way, this demolition? They did demolition next door to him to build a new house. He's in Wash Park area, has an old house. Now his house is experiencing some structural problems. When did they do that demolition?
They did it almost 2 years ago, Tom. They sold the house a year ago now to the new owner.
Just so you know, your time's going to run out for a lawsuit, which is ultimately what you would have to do if they don't voluntarily do anything. But, Jeff, let me give you some reality here, okay? If your house, if their construction was normal and their demolition was normal, meaning they did nothing negligent, just because they did it doesn't make them responsible. They may be the cause, but not liable. The difference between causation and liability.
Yeah.
What's that?
That seems funny to me because there was lots of vibration. It's a house that was well.
Jeff, I'm not saying they're not liable. Here's what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh. Let's in order to get points across, I usually exaggerate. So let me exaggerate. If they put dynamite in the house next to you, then they would be liable.
Yeah.
If they used a normal piece of equipment with normal vibration and normal construction, they're not liable because it's assumed that they can do that. They're not being negligent. They're not being reckless. They're not being, they're just not, okay? And let me give you another. Let's say a big truck drove by and cracked your house. I'm saying normal. Now, I'm not talking about abnormal or negligent. Now, if someone builds a house next to you and it does damage to yours just because you have an old house, it is not their problem. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they did not cause it. They probably did. But were they negligent? That's the difference. I mean, if you had an egg carton house and it caused damage, it's an egg carton house. If you have a nice house and it doesn't cause damage, what we need to discern, Jeff, did they commit negligence? Were they reckless in what they did?
I don't know, because what I know is that when they were taking apart the foundation, that's what they were crashing it with, like one of those big things that has a scoop on the end and dropping the big things of concrete on the ground and in the truck, and that's when the house was rocking and rolling. Did the house
on the other side crack?
Well, the difference is I've got old lath and plaster, and the house next door didn't crack. The house on the other side of me.
Jeff,
also
you just
had
answered the
stuff.
question, didn't you? Did the house crack because it's old, or did it crack because they did something wrong?
Well, I think it's because they had lots of vibration and were dropping stuff on that big old truck.
Jeff, you keep answering the same thing, and I'm asking the same thing. I didn't ask if there was vibration. What I asked is, did they do something wrong? Were they negligent?
I don't know that.
I don't either, by the way. I don't either. And I don't pretend to know in this case. But let me just put it to you this way. Let's say that they weren't negligent. Let's not say anything. Let's just say this. By your scenario, if you have an old house with plaster and any kind of vibration would crack it, are you saying on that count then no one should ever do construction around you because of it?
No, but my house we've had construction in the neighborhood, and it's been here for, since 1927. It's not had cracks. And actually, when I told them about it, they said they would fix it.
Well, you know what? They didn't create a contract with you, but they said they would fix it. So now, if I call them, will they say, yes, we said we would fix it, and we will fix it? Or will they say, we never said that? Or will they say, I don't know who said that, but whoever it was didn't have authority to say it? What do you think they'd respond?
Well, the owner of the company said that the manager would take care of it. And
I think what they were thinking, they're going to come in and plaster over that stuff. Now, has it been getting worse, or is it the same?
It happened, and it got worse for about a month, and then after that, it's been stable. I actually had a structural guy come in and look at my house. And
excellent. I was just going to ask that. What did the structural guy say?
The structural guy said your foundation is okay, but he said, and he even emailed this, he said the cracks are probably from the vibration from the construction next door. I have that on the email. And
Jeff, if you say vibration again, I'm going to shoot myself, because you seem to think that because there was vibration, they're responsible. That's what you're saying. Well, why would they be responsible for vibration? Why? Tell me why. Tell me what is negligent about vibration. Tell me what you tell me. What is negligent? Now, excessive vibration or recklessness or negligence, but normal vibration. I mean, you even said the other house didn't crack. They're not supposed to say, you know what, forget it, we can never build here because he has an old house. Therefore, we'll never be able to build a house. They're allowed to do whatever they want under normal circumstances. They can't, it's not their fault if your house could not sustain normal vibration. When I say normal, I'm talking normal. If your house is structurally unsound, it is not their fault. I'm not saying it is. Do you understand that? I'm just telling you it is not automatic. You got to get that out of your head. The fact that it happens doesn't make someone negligent. What makes someone negligent is recklessness. Did they break a law? Maybe. I don't know. Did they follow code? See, we have to explore this if we're going to call them, I mean, we have to have ammunition. So right now, what you have is an old house built in 1927. By the way, thank God you don't have structural problems. Now it's just cosmetic. So those jerks should fix it out of a courtesy, because it's just cosmetic. And maybe that's why they said they would take care of it. So we can have someone call them and say, look, be a good neighbor. You built a damn house. How about just helping them replaster? Because that's really all you need, right? That's all you need is to cover up the cracks, right?
I've actually had lath and plaster guys come by and say, here's a bid for it. And I had them come by and we got paint quote.
How much?
We also damaged the lawn from the tree. It was for the lath and plaster was...
Just the whole thing, man. Just give me the idea. I don't need to know a detail. How much was it all?
$9,700, including lawn and cracks and paint.
Including what?
including the cracks, lather and plaster, and paint, and they also have damaged the lawn in a way that still has.
How did they damage the lawn?
They cut down.
How did they damage the lawn?
They had a tree on their property that came over into my property a lot. It was a 100-year-old cypress, blue spruce, sorry. And when they pulled it out, the roots were still coming into my lawn, and they busted out my sprinkler system. We
yeah, well, they should. That is without question.
That's fixed.
That is without question.
That was fixed.
You tell me when you're done. That is without question.
And
okay, forget it. Listen, what I'm going to say is the landscaping should be taken care of for sure. The other stuff is up to them. I think they should be a good neighbor. I don't know if they will because, again, I'm going to say this again. You have to show they were negligent. I don't think they were. I think with the tree they were. There was a way they could have removed that tree and not just pull it out and not wreck your sprinkler and all of that. So I think there's a little give here. And what we should do is have someone call Deputy Doc. I'd like him to call the builder. Is it a well-known builder, Jeff?
They've done about 30. It's called Stone Cloud. They've done about 30 of these big mansions in the neighborhood, and so they're. I don't know that they're. Yeah. And they acknowledged the thing that's hard for me is that I don't know about the legality, but when they said it happened, they acknowledged it. They said they would do it, and then they didn't. They actually said they were going to send over a lab and plaster guy.
I understand, man. I understand. That would rub me. That would rub me the wrong way too. It really would. It would rub me the wrong way. If I think in terms of if it was my house, I'd feel exactly the same way. Now, I don't know if I'd accuse them of negligence, but I'd feel pissed off. So let's give this to Deputy Doc to call on. Let's see what happens. 303-713-8255. We have a lot more to talk about. Buddy Mitchell's here from Simply Floors, Inc. We'll talk to him about the latest and greatest in floor coverings, any questions you might have. And don't forget, if you have a piece of real estate you want evaluated for sale, even if you're never going to list it, but you're curious as to what it will sell for. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, does that. He does a market analysis for the asking. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. And it's accurate as hell because he's been doing this for 30 years. And it just gives you a good idea if you ever want to enter the market. 303-920-1622.
Yep.
So do you want coffee?
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with My Name Play as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
Okay. Ideal Home Loans for your next ideal home loan. Listen, my friends at Ideal can tell you this. Even though you might have a lower rate and you're thinking, why do I get a higher rate? It's only temporary, first and foremost. Rates are going to go down again, but even then, they have the interest rate guarantee to refinance you free of charge once you're with them. But here's the other thing. If you have high interest debt, there's no question. Your overall monthly payments will be lower if you get a home loan and pay them off. And by the way, they can also show you how to pay your home off faster and actually pay less interest, even with a bit higher rate. Call them to find out more. You don't have to be standing still with paralysis from your analysis of the interest rates. Call them and discuss it. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. Hey, Joe Lazzara, a criminal defense attorney. When I say those things, a lot of people tune out. They say, Tom, I'm not going to need one. And I hope to God you never do. But you know what? Some people have to refer someone. Some people get into a problem they didn't even freaking think they would ever get into a problem. Like drinking and driving or smoking weed and driving, and then they drove or they drank just a little too much. They're not a stone cold drunk. They're just stupid. Whatever it is, Joe Lazzara, here's what you do. You call him and talk to him free of charge, initial consultation. And then he does flat rate pricing. So there are no surprises. That's what I love. No nickel and diming. Joe Lazzara. It's Lazzara. You can Google him, look him up, or he's on referralist.com, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200.
Thank you.
What's your name? Keith? Keith. All right, Keith, hang on for me, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay?
Sure. I wouldn't entirely mind riding that Royal Gorge train.
Oh, I've done it twice. It's so fun.
It looks beautiful.
It is really cool.
All right. I just saw a commercial for it. I'll do that.
And it's a pretty drive, too. Like, down to where it is.
I bet they'd let me smoke a pipe on the train. More Mandy.
Well, Shannon, how much
Yes,
time?
sir. 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll start it. You can always go up and get it. Do you want it black? I'll go. Yeah, I'll start it.
What's he doing? Plating cookies for his guest? He is such a nice host. Well, this is nice. A foldable toilet that fits on the floor of your the passenger side of the car floor.
All right.
You quoting Matthew McConaughey?
Hey, that's exact. All right. That's exactly what he says. Who are we going to give this to? Doc, right?
Yeah, we gave it to Doc.
Good.
I like that Stormy, but she is mannish.
I don't think she's good looking at all.
All right.
No.
They're filling pasta shells with blasting powder. It's dangerous.
Good.
Okie dokie. Coming back.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, let's talk, okay? This 2011 Lexus RX 350, man, was that a nice car, but we're talking it's getting up there in time, so tell me what I can do for you, Brad. What's going on with that?
Well, I had a service and wasn't sure what to do, so I thought I'd call you and find out.
Tell me what's going on with it.
Well, I took it in for a transmission flush, and a couple of thousand miles later, a couple of months later, I got rough shifting
Yep.
and an alarm.
Yeah.
And he took it into the same dealership, and they said, I need a new transmission.
Yeah.
And I asked them about the warranty. You know, they had done the
Tell me this.
service
Tell me
before.
something. How many miles on it?
170.
Okay. Okay. And so what did they say about their warranty? What do you mean by a warranty? You mean you take it in there for a transmission flush, and now they give you a guarantee on the transmission itself?
No, just took it in for the flush. But when I went back in and they said I need a new transmission, they said I should not have had it flushed. And they go, that just was not good maintenance. Well, that's what I pay you guys for.
You're damn right. That's right. So you took it in there. It had a lot of miles on it. And these people flushed it. I want to get Jeff Vick on from Kimmer Transmission. There are some cars where they don't recommend you do flushing because it's old. And you're saying they should have known better, and I kind of agree with you on that. But let's go one step further, okay?
Yep.
It's a 2011 Lexus RX-7. Okay, so what I'd like to know is if they're 100% liable, what would they owe you?
Well, they said that they could discount a new transmission and put it in at their dealership for $62.50, which is pretty expensive.
Well, they might be hiking it up, but let's just establish some reality. How much longer do you think that transmission would have lasted?
I've had a few of these Toyotas and Lexuses, and they've all gone over 200, and some of them 300.
Yeah.
So
you're dreaming on 300, but that's okay. But let's say
I've had a couple already.
What's that?
I've had a couple already. They lasted until my teenage boys learned to drive.
So no matter what, though, you do agree they don't owe you a new transmission, right?
Well, I don't think they owe me anything. I
do. If they were 100% liable and did something stupid, they would owe you what they took from you. And they didn't take a new transmission from you.
I see.
I mean, if you went to court and spent $30,000, the judge would tell you that after paying your attorney $30,000. So
that's why I called you.
What you need to do,
hear that.
What you need to do is figure out what it would have cost to replace that transmission. I'm not saying they're 100% liable, but I kind of think they're stupid for doing it. That was my own opinion. I'm going to ask Jeff Vick what he thinks, but if you came in with 170,000 miles on the damn thing and wanted it flushed, I'm not sure that's a great idea. But I want to ask Jeff a few questions. Jeff Vick, are you there? Is Jeff there?
I'm here.
Hey, Jeff, Kimmer Transmission. Listen, on a 2011 Lexus RS 350, 170,000 miles, what kind of transmission? How long do they usually last?
He's exceeded the normal lifespan of that.
Oh, because he said he's had several go over 300,000 miles.
Oh, that's not to say that some can't. But, typically when we see them rolling in, it's usually somewhere around the 125 to 135 mark.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So he would have a tough time making an argument to a judge. And again, he's not going to court, but I'm just trying to be theoretical here. He'd have a tough time saying that they owe him 50% of a new transmission. But at the same time, I hate the thought that he was driving and he was fat and happy, and now he doesn't have a transmission. And then, they tell him tough. But here's another thing I want to ask Jeff. Would you have flushed a 2011 Lexus transmission with 170,000 miles?
If it hasn't been touched and you didn't drop a pan and check to see for any debris in there, you're setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah. I think they should have known better, or at least checked. But that's me. I'm not an expert. Do you think they have any liability here for doing it?
You might toss something out as goodwill, but
that's what I'm thinking.
Really
that's exactly.
That.
See, Brad, listen. I think they should have had better due diligence. I think they did you wrong. The problem we're going to have here, Brad, is that even if you could get a free attorney and your time meant nothing to you and you sued the hell out of them, you'd have to prove that they stole from you something. They robbed you of life that you would have had, and no one is going to believe 300,000 miles. No one. Not because, and I'm not saying this would ever happen, okay? It obviously is never going to go to court. But these guys that did the transmission flush, if they had witnesses, they'll have 100 witnesses saying that transmission was at the end of its life. I don't think you could find 5 experts. I don't think you could find 3 experts that would say the normal life of that is 300,000 miles or even 200,000. You're the only one that would say that because you experienced it. I am thinking we need to negotiate with them something. And now when they said they were going to, I want Jeff to hear these prices. They said they would do what for you? Tell them what they told you, Brad. What did they say they would do for you?
Well, they priced the transmission at $7,700.
Oh, my God. Then, wait a minute. A brand new one you're talking about.
Yeah, it would have been the Lexus dealership doing the work with Lexus parts and all.
Jeff, is that extraordinarily expensive for a rebuilt?
If he's getting it from the dealership, certainly not.
What would you, how much would it cost if you did that 2011 with a rebuilt?
Probably caps off closer to about 6.
Okay, so about $6,000. That would be for a complete rebuild. Now, the point is, how much should they chip in? They're going to argue nothing because they're going to say, it was at the end of its life. But the question to you, Brad, do you want to put any money into that car?
You made a very convincing argument. They discounted it for goodwill and what all down to $6,200, and what I'm hearing is that's pretty decent. So,
well, not really, because they're discounting an already inflated price. If they could discount about $6,000 a bit, if they could, in other words, what they're saying is $2,000. Now, Brad, the people that flushed it, they don't own the dealership, do they?
No, it's their, service guys.
What do you mean it's their service? Oh, so the dealership is the one that did this to you?
Yes.
It's a Lexus dealership.
Yes, it is.
Well, my God, they should have known better. If I were you, Jeff, Brad, if I were you, I would ask for a cash settlement or tell them you want to go somewhere else. See, that's artificial. That $8,000 to $6,000 is artificial. It's not costing them a dime. Not a dime. I think you deserve something out of goodwill. If you're willing to pay the $6,000, go ahead. However, that Jeff said he could do that for $6,000 with no discount. See? So what I'm saying is, let's say Jeff would do it for around $6,000, and you could get a couple grand from them to put toward it, then your out-of-pocket would be $4,000. But why don't you talk to them and say, look, I appreciate that you're willing to do a so-called discount from $8,000 to $6,000, but I just had it priced out, and I can get it done for around $6,000. So are you really giving me a discount? Why don't you start there and then call us back?
Okay. Well, thank you for your advice and help with this.
Well, I hope we're helping. Again, I probably gave you some bad news. By the way, Jeff Fick is with Kimmer Transmission, transmissionsdenver.com, 303-693-1400. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
That was nice of him.
There are so many.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
I know their reason. Wait a minute.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
But it would be like if
Some
you
normal
went to somebody's
slowdowns throughout
house,
the Denver metro for the
and
late morning commute. I-25
It happens all
northbound
the
showing
time where
slower
somebody-
speeds between Alameda and Colfax. Only a 2 or 3 minute delay. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Northeast of there through Commerce City, I-270 westbound. Your usual congestion between I-70 and Vasquez. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. No complaints 225 north and southbound through the Tech Center. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. We're expecting rain today, high 55, overnight low of 39. Tomorrow, the rain continues, scattered showers, high 59. The current temperature in Denver is 47 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Excel Roofing. By the way, they are an ideal roofer. Excel Roofing will never take a dime from you until they're completely done. It doesn't matter how much insurance money you got or whatever. And one thing Excel Roofing will do is an honest job with a project manager on your specific job, where when you get them on site, they finish the job. They don't piecemeal it. And here's another thing. You can get a price right now with their AI, their artificial intelligence on their website. You go on their website, put in your address, and it's all automatic. They map out the roof. You answer a question or two on what materials you have, and boom, you get a price from Excel. It's so cool. And that price is within 5%, Jay says. Go to excelroofing.com. Excel is an excellent, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com. And don't forget to call them for any roof needs that you have. You will never find a better company. 303-761-6400. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I love when the name of a company tells you exactly what they do. You want to retire, you plan it. And you plan it at the Retirement Planning Center. This is a family-owned and operated business. This is where they get together and powwow on building a nest egg if you're young enough, protecting it as you get older, and then turning it into income when you retire. All of that plus legacy planning. They help you with long-term health planning. Whatever you need for a secure and safe retirement, they do. You should call them and find out what they do. Ask any questions you want, like how they save you money, even though there are some charges to what they do. 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com.
3 minutes.
All right, thank you. So, what happened then when the pipes froze? They blame you?
Well, no, I have partnerships through the radio show that I do that I cannot depart from. I have an insurance broker that I deal with, Compass Insurance, and they are not a. Am I saying that right? Not a broker. Where they handle multiple.
Aggregate.
Aggregate. Oh, okay. Right. Where they handle multiple, so not just State Farm and whatnot. So I'm in bed with them, even if their feet are cold and they hog the blankets. I gotta stay there, okay? You too. Bye. I've said it that way for a long time. Well, we are in bed together. By the way, your feet are cold and you hog the blankets. Fuck you, I'm gonna fart. But but at least we're in bed together.
Was it insulated behind the? Behind the.
Oh, cuddle puddle.
Fell down.
What do I want to do? I've thrown my life away, but working on the details is very fun. Oh, you cock-gobbling rat bastard. No offense.
They said you're not.
I don't know why dragging gets so, concerned.
Yes, of course.
Well, somebody must have kicked him in the nards or something. some point, and I used to get it all the time too, and I would blow the F up at everybody that got mad at me, including Spence and some of the other traffic people. You can't keep moving spots. I say, it's Tom's show. If we have to move something, it's within his show. He owns the freaking...
And verify.
Well, that's not how the contracts are written. They have to run at a certain time. Yeah, well, you ought to change that because, as it turns out, shit happens.
Can't they just add a disclaimer at the end that says, if need be, we can move spots around? I mean,
we reserve the right to fiddle with your junk.
There you go.
I proved it wasn't. I proved it.
Just making a slight adjustment, like you do when you've been seated for a while. The Stormy Daniels gag order joke is pretty funny.
But it wasn't even your bank.
What did he make you do again? Ah! Uh-oh. We're coming back.
KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, Keith, you need to know about a disposal of a propane tank. Is it empty?
Yes.
What size is it?
It's a 500-gallon.
Oh, my God, you're talking about a submarine, I call them.
They call them submarines, yeah. So I had a propane company for like 15 years, and they just went bad. Last year or two, you can tell they're having problems. They can't get propane out when they need to, so I had to kind of dump them. And I got a new company that put new tanks in to 3 different properties.
They should. I was just going to say they usually recycle those. Why didn't they take it?
So the original company actually owns them and was renting those tanks to me.
Oh, so they should come and get it, but they're out of business, or what? Are they?
They're still in business, but the rumor is all the other people that have dumped them, their tanks are still sitting there. Sometimes I've heard of 6 months. And I wanted to put my notification out to them that I've dumped them and their tanks are sitting out here, but I want to do it real good so that.
Well, I'll tell you what I would do. What I would do is load it up on a truck and dump it on their yard.
Would you?
Yep, that's what I swear to God I would. I mean, it's their tank, and I'd keep my contract to prove that. If you get rid of it,
I don't even have a contract.
What's that?
I don't even have a contract with them. Like 15 years I've been with them, and I adopted them through a sale.
Well, then are they insisting that they get the tank back?
No, not at all. I'm just getting ready to notify them, and I want to make sure I do it, with a legal.
So if you got rid of it, would they say anything about it? Because there are people that might take that off your hands if you advertise that. Seriously, if you want to give it away.
I totally agree. I just don't want to get like a legal ramification.
You said it's been 15 years and you have no written agreement.
No, I'm sorry. I've been with them for 15 years. Yes, with no written agreement, but I just dumped them yesterday.
Well, you're right. Maybe you write them a letter saying, you got 30 days to get this off my property.
So does that sound good, legit, that 30 days?
Well, there's nothing. I don't know of any laws that say that. I'm just saying you terminated your contract, and they agreed, they terminated, and now you want it. You're making the demand. There's no law in this. I mean, there might be some precedent somewhere, but I doubt it. So you write a letter saying, I want it off my property in 30 days, or I'm disposing of it. I mean, then what happens?
Okay. Then I dispose of it, right?
That's what I would do. But again, Keith, remember this, Keith, nothing's going to prevent them from being jerks about it. But if you give them 30 days, I don't see how this comes back to haunt you.
Okay.
I mean, see, the law always talks about stuff being reasonable. So if you called them and say, get this, I want this gone by the end of the week, or I'm disposing of it, they could argue that, look, this guy's been a customer for 15 years and he tells us to get it off by the end of the week. It would be unreasonable. But I think anybody would agree And I don't think they're going to come after you anyway, but I think anybody would agree that if you give them 30 days to get it off and they don't, that you're within your right to get rid of it. Now, again,
there's tons of people who want to buy them tanks right now, for sure.
That's right. So,
well, I appreciate it.
That's what I can only tell you what I would do. I'm not giving you like legal advice because, as I said, they might have an agreement and you forgot you signed it. I don't know. 303-713-8255. We're going to take Kevin about vandalism and then Bob about small claims court coming up. So hang on, guys. And then Buddy Mitchell's with us. Buddy, anything new and exciting to talk about at all? Grab that mic closer, please. Anything about floor coverings we should know about? Because I do have some questions for you.
Floor coverings, no, but I opened a new store in Aurora. So.
Where is it in Aurora? Give me some cross streets.
Quincy and Buckley.
Oh, cool. That's a nice area. So you're there, and then you're at 470 in Quebec.
Yes.
And 52nd and Ward.
Yes. So we have 3 locations now.
So one would be, okay, they're kind of spread out. Yeah, that's good.
I'm trying to spread them all over the city to make it more convenient for people to come. We also still do a lot of shop at home.
Well, of course.
That's still 65% of our business, but if someone's in Aurora and they want to see some really good hardwood or LVP, we have a really large selection there at Quincy and Buckley.
Are you having any supply chain issues at all with anything?
Every now and then, yeah, but not significantly. Our vendors have.
What is a normal lead time if somebody wants to do a house of hardwood?
2 weeks.
Okay. We got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Some normal slowdowns throughout the Denver Metro for the late morning commute. I-25 northbound showing slower speeds between Alameda and Colfax. Only a 2 or 3 minute delay. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go in the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Northeast of there through Commerce City, I-270 westbound. Your usual congestion between I-70 and Vasquez. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. No complaints 225 north and southbound through the Tech Center. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. We're expecting rain today, high 55, overnight low of 39. Tomorrow, the rain continues, scattered showers, high 59. The current temperature in Denver is 47 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Spring into deals at Lowe's with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select LG major appliances. Offer valid through 5/15. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
You know, Keel & Park are attorneys that do estate planning, and I love the way they do it. First and foremost, complimentary, free of charge, as a service, they will go over everything with you free of charge on a consultation. That means what you own, what you need to sell, businesses, artwork, motor vehicles, homes, your heirs, your desires, your hopes, your dreams. Seriously. Then they put together some plans, you know, like an extensive one, maybe something in between like a cafeteria style. You choose what you want to do, and it's all flat rate pricing. I don't think you can do better than that. What else can you ask for? No risk whatsoever, but everyone needs at least a will, right? Keel & Park, common spellings with E on the end, 970-818-8198. That's 970-818-8198. LawKP.com. Another place I love the way they do business, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Somebody asked me, Tom, why do you say you get a 40% tax credit? The tax credit's only 30%. No, it's 30% unless all materials are U.S. sourced. Then it's 40%. Yeah, not many people tell you about that because some of these companies keep it for themselves. Now, I'm going to tell you this, or they price it that way. So here's what I want to tell you. You can get a 40% tax credit right now. You can also get grants. You can also, that's for commercial systems that pay for it all in some cases. Or you can do an off-grid system, battery backup systems, and they all are sales, installation, and service. RedRocksRS.com.
Thank you.
I mean, it doesn't bother me. You know,
Now
I
we're
mean,
going up. We're on YouTube. You know what? I have 3 minutes. You think I can key in that time or no? Wait, we're coming back. 58, 52, 54. I'll be fine. I want to go though.
And it's not that I'm particularly.
I mean, if we have to push it to 12:30, I guess.
Some of my shows.
No. 12:15 ought to be fine. But I thought she was just going to say.
And then other days I'm thinking, where did they go?
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
I can't.
This is funny though from Tepper. Like I say, I'm in a good mood. Things come my way when I'm less of a dick. Did you know that? Tepper texts me, another Willie B car show has come up. Please swing by before you leave. And I responded, you mean swing by? Swing! Because, damn, I love working with Willie B. I love me some B.
10 and noon.
I love it.
He said,
oh.
And then one day, no, he died. He sounds like fun. And he told me, he said that one day, the
I got to remind him on the next, whenever one of these remotes.
Do this for me?
Do you know how much I admire you?
Fun. And all of a sudden I'm working, and
like
the guy's like,
weirdo.
You missed your 10 o'clock break because he was a carpenter. Cool. You missed your
I don't
break.
understand.
It's lunch. He's like,
don't understand.
He said, so it's all about if you're sitting there and you're like, man, you know, and let's just say another day you have something you want to go do. Like, you get up this morning and you say, yeah, when the show's over.
We were doing a burnout competition at Bandemere
You're not
once.
Really looking for
and I was down there on the finish line with him, and I got.
It'll make the day go slower because you want to.
Oh my God!
Right. Whereas
that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? And it could be a subconscious thing. I know.
Yeah, he does all that.
I've thought that a lot.
I think my post.
He's like the hardest working guy, and then giving all the cars away at Christmas.
I'm getting older, and so I'm moving into these shows.
I was kind of proud of that Facebook post.
over there,
I said,
so much
like it was a script. I said, me, is this heaven? Willie B. No, man, it's the KBPI Rock and Roll Car Show. No, man.
You know, because you got to get on 225, then you got to get on I-70.
Oh, I got to go reheat my wiener.
I got home the other night. I could not.
Chili in this bed of
I was so
noodles
sore, bending down, standing up.
Chili to be.
Just doing a little. I remember.
Are you cold in here?
Yes.
I didn't even do anything. Did you see how I didn't turn the fan on?
I know. Thank you for that.
Mostly because I have to pee, and if I turned it on now, I would immediately wet.
Well, your nap is almost in 7 minutes. So.
But first, I gotta get a mouthful of wiener here and ramen.
I know.
I gotta finish it.
And I thought I found some uses for you. I thought I looked the other day. Not the other day.
Yesterday, I had one of my lighter meals, a dozen soft tacos from Taco Bell.
And I'm at the club, and the club has one.
You know, I've never actually had those packs. You know, the
craving or the party pack.
Yeah.
Yep, I get the 12 soft taco party pack, the 4-pack of medium soft drinks.
And at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Okay, so luxury vinyl planking, a text. They call it luxury vinyl tile. I notice people are calling it planking, but anyway, because it's really not a tile like a square tile. Or can you get them in square tiles?
Yeah, you can get them in square tiles. They call it LVT because that's when they first came out with it. Yeah. It was all tile looks, and then everybody wanted a wood look, and people say, no, I don't want tile, I want wood, so they call it LVT.
They want to know, is there
plank.
truly a waterproof one now?
No.
None. Okay. So no, there isn't. No waterproof LVT or LVP.
No, they all claim to be waterproof until you read the fine print. It's
okay.
It's how
they're not waterproof. Are they water resistant?
Oh yeah.
Like on this one here, this is the only place I have it in this playroom here, the studio and rec room and all that. If you mop that, would it hurt it?
No, but laminate's that way now.
Okay, all right.
So that's why laminate's so much better than LVP.
Yeah.
It's unbelievably.
Now, Kevin, what's going on, Kevin? What's happening, bro?
Hey, long-time listener, few-time caller.
Thank you, Kevin. What can we do for you, man?
Well, I have a question, and it wasn't vandalism. It was actually burglary. Basically, what happened was I was going to go hunting for a week, and I decided to go up to Central City So I took everything out of my truck, set it off to the side in my garage, closed my garage, left, came back that night, went into my house. I closed my garage door while the stuff was still sitting there.
Now, this was only one day you were gone, right? You weren't gone overnight or anything?
No, I was just gone for the early evening.
Okay.
So I got home. Everything's still sitting there. I didn't put it back in my truck. Shut my garage door, or I thought I shut my garage door. The garage door went down. I went in the house. The garage door went back up.
Uh-oh.
So,
that happens. By the way, that is a good warning for people. That happened to me. Sometimes with changes of weather, those tracks will expand or contract, and you can end up having that go open without knowing it. So anyway, what happened?
Yes. I ended up, after the burglary,
Wait. You skipped a part after the burglary. So when the garage door went up, somebody took that stuff?
Yes, a vehicle drove by, got it all on my camera. They turned around the street. They parked on the other side of the street. 2 individuals walked up to my garage, into my driveway, and they took 4 rifle cases, which had 4 rifles.
Oh no!
Each rifle had a nice scope. I had a suppressor in there, which is a silencer. And the rifles. They rummaged through my truck. My dog started barking. I was asleep. This was at 5:40 in the morning, and they get in the truck and they take off. Okay. So an hour later, they come back and take the last 2 rifle cases.
Oh my God!
In the same truck. Okay, so now I have video of them going in my garage. I've got a clear picture of the truck because it's during the daylight.
Do you have
hours.
a license plate?
To get daylight. License plates, Tom, just to tell everybody out there listening, they do you no good. The license plates are stolen. The cars are stolen.
All right, hold on. I want to come back to you and figure out. You should be able to get something done at least. I mean, hold on and let's talk about this. 303-713-8255.
That's some good stuff right there, Mr. Martino.
Yeah. Sucks.
All right, go do you.
Yeah.
And the next voice you hear will be Dragon.
I'm just going to get coffee again.
Tell him that Fuller's handled.
Had some rifles in cases in his garage door.
At 12:15. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Gosh darn it, I hit restart instead of shut down. These are the kind of mistakes you make when these ladders who I do like, good guy. He comes on.
I like him too.
He does the last segment of the show, kind of putting a wrap on the show, gives him a little time to be on the air, previews the next day's show, that sort of thing, right? The usual producer crap. And
Did you go to a health club?
Really wadded it up today. Cole wadded up his last segment on air thing.
Well, that
I gotta go reheat. My wiener got cold. I gotta go reheat it.
That was.
Sorry, Cole really butchered his.
No, it was like at
Okay.
the time they're cheaper now actually.
He has his own segment?
Yeah, well, he does the last segment where he kind of puts a bow on the show.
And the bigger one was 60.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know, he's in there for like 3 minutes.
But
Yeah.
I thought they came down in price, or maybe they didn't come down, but they have a model now
Aw.
less than that. Oh, is it? Is it what?
Just because abortion's legal.
So, but health clubs.
Oh my God.
Dragon. Would you please? Huh? We have it's Clank.
Vasa, huh?
Please.
Are they nice?
Oh God.
We're gonna need John Fuller because Dragon's rear-ending us.
If I knew how to do it, I'd do it.
Well, you just write where I write at 12:15, John Fuller.
There you go.
And
if
it's
you get
a
him on
good
the
one.
phone,
Yep.
and you tell Dragon he's on line 6 or he's on access, well, it's going to be line 6.
It's because there's no access. Yeah.
And everybody's going to just get along.
So we're moving him to 12 something or other?
12:15, yeah.
For both of us. It's about 200 or 300 for both. But I have.
That literally took an act of Congress, and I did not know it was that complicated.
No one else goes in it. It's just you and whoever pays for that. So there's a section. And the only reason I do that, I don't want to carry a gym bag back and forth. I don't want to worry about anything. I want everything in my locker when I get there. But you could get it for as cheap, I think, individually. You could probably get it. I'll bet you lifetime is
To 12:15.
It's pretty inexpensive compared to what you get. They have everything. And what else I like about it, because I have that when weather is bad and stuff, but when I go somewhere, it just feels better. I'm getting out. It makes me go somewhere. Even in the dead of winter, I started going. It was nice to just, even though it pisses me off now, because a lot of people
total sense.
are so rude and shit about it. I mean, fucking people get on these machines and they start reading their phones and they're not working out. And I want to do a circuit. And not pissing. He was older, but he's standing there and the two toilets are sitting. Bathroom was full.
Well, thank you, Dragon, for just following orders.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
Because you're following the previous guy's orders. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you would have.
They're putting brown spots live back to back to back now.
Are they? Is that what he was talking about when the? Okay.
So he's getting all pissed off. I used to move them, right, just to have something in between. But then
They want a Martino-esque because Lisa Mark, the chick who I just was emailing, she goes out of her way to put spots between Tom's lives, and I'm like, he does them all at the same time. There's no.
Yeah. But I mean, it looks like a Tom Martino spot where there are like
Three
three or
back
four
to back,
spots, three or four in between.
That way.
But they had been putting recently Browns back to back to back in the same spot. Or I can take one and I can put it in between so he's got some time and everything. But I don't know. It looks and sounds like they're racing. I get it for Tom. He's a consumer show.
What is time for?
Well,
works for
him. Actually,
Dad, he's got his own show going on in his head, so he can't keep coming back to
It's
this.
true.
You know,
That's
he's
not
doing
far
something
off.
else.
That's not far off.
And no, because that was his response when we were doing it the other way, sandwiching. And he goes, "Oh, I just want to get these all over with." I love Jack. Okay. And even Spence used to say, "What sponsor wants that?" No, we don't know. They keep paying though, don't they? Jimmy. Check keeps clearing. Yeah. Where is this? Also, thank you with the Fuller Sitch. That was fun. Oh, sure, yeah.
That took up the entire morning.
At least you had something to do. There's that.
You go all over.
Just did not understand the enormity of the ask.
Do you? Why?
Boop.
Oh, okay.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. What can we do in your life? Well, there's all kinds of stuff we can do. All you have to do is call. I have Simply Floors Inc. with me, Buddy Mitchell, and I have a few questions for him coming up. I want to tell you this hour brought to you by waterpros.net for the best drinking water or the best water in general. If you want great water for your whole house, plumbing, laundry. I'm going to say something. You might think I'm crazy. Do you know that with soft, purified water, I'm going to tell you the truth, and I did it. And in fact, I did it a few times. You're not going to believe it, but I'm just going to tell you a secret. Buddy Mitchell, I'm going to tell you this. I swear to God, I don't use laundry detergent. Now, I didn't say I use less laundry detergent. I said I don't use laundry detergent. Now, why did I do that? Well, one day we had blood stains on a mattress from my fingers, when I work on stuff. Well, I got this soft water from my drinking fountain, from waterpros.net, and it dissolved the water. It's the same water Zero Res uses. It's the same principle. And I had some Zero Res water, same thing. Dissolves stains, dissolves them. I don't mean you scrub them out. I mean it dissolves them. I've never seen that before. And it took super glue from my finger one time, this water. I soaked it for 10 seconds. I swear to you. So I said, for the hell of it, when I did a wash here, I'm not going to use laundry detergent. And I had some soiled stuff, and they were clean. Because of when you have soft water, I'm not recommending people do that, but for some reason, that water, soft water is an incredible cleaning agent. I don't know. Do you know with carpets, Zero Res, by the way, you're in the carpet business, Zero Res doesn't use anything. Literally, they don't use anything. I mean, you could drink their water, all right? Not after they clean with it, but and you know the principle of when something's you know how it attracts residue and it attracts stuff because it doesn't have anything. It's not loaded, so
absolutely.
So it attracts it. I don't know. Have you ever seen people's carpets that have been ruined from cleaning them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We tell people so. What you're supposed to do, which is what Zero Res does, is steam the water, steam the carpet, clean it. And I tell them, don't put soap on it, because if you put soap on it,
you'll never get it out.
It's like washing your hair and not getting all the shampoo out of it. You can't suck the soap out of the carpet.
No, that's right.
Right?
That's right.
And so
it because it grabs onto the fibers.
You realize every carpet in America is void if you don't clean your carpet with hot water. Every manufacturer voids their warranty on their carpet if you don't have it cleaned once a year with hot water.
Wow. 303-713-8255. That's Buddy Mitchell, simplyfloorsinc.com. Let's talk to Kevin. So Kevin has some rifles in cases in his truck. He put them in his garage temporarily, thought he closed the door. The door might have kicked back open due to resistance or a lack of tune-up, whatever it is. It happens once in a while. Sometimes cold weather does it. But anyway, to make a long story short, they were stolen out of his garage. So where do we go from here, man? Do you have insurance?
Okay, so I have insurance. I was paid out partially. It was probably close to $50,000 in goods.
Oh my God! Your guns were worth $50,000.
Well, I had optics on all of them. I had one thermal scope, which was almost $10,000. So here's where it gets interesting is they come back, I get a picture of the truck, a clear picture. I have some friends that work in Lakewood law enforcement. They find this truck on the cameras in the intersections, okay?
Oh, no, really?
Yes. So, and I can see my gun cases in the back in the picture.
Wait,
So
how did they get these pictures, though? I don't understand. How'd they do that?
From the cameras on the intersections.
Who did it? The police gave that to you?
Yes.
Okay.
So, basically, to sum it up, they found the house where the truck was parked, okay? Now, across the street from this house where the truck was parked, the guy has a camera system, so we get the video, okay?
Yeah, wait,
So
you
now,
did
not only do I
you
have-
did all of this investigation, or did the police help you?
Some friends helped me.
Are they police officers?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead. Then what happened?
Okay, so now we got video of my gun cases going into this house, okay? At two separate times. The first time was at like 6 o'clock. The second time was around 7 o'clock in the morning, okay?
Now, the original video at your house, was that taken by you and your Ring or something?
Yeah, my Vivint system, yes.
Okay.
So now I got video of all these people that stole my stuff, now taking them into a house, a residential house, into the garage. I also got video of the guns coming out of the front door of the house. Now, the person that owns the house is a mother, and she's got a child who is notoriously a criminal. And him and his accomplices have records longer than I-25, okay? So to kind of sum it up, I got an attorney, and I went to do a civil theft and
Good. That's good. Man, you are really awesome. What happened then?
About 2 days before the trial, the judge dismissed my case.
Why?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know.
Well, they dismiss it for reasons. There's got to be a reason.
I don't know I was never told a reason by my attorney.
Let me ask you something, Kevin. Kevin,
Yes,
were
sir.
these kids?
Yes, sir.
Was this kid represented?
His mother was.
Well, you were suing the mother?
I was suing the mother and the son and one of the other individuals.
Was it dismissed against all of them?
Yes.
Now, there's a few reasons it would have been dismissed. First of all, it would have been dismissed on some, not dismissed, but actually ruled. Was it ruled or dismissed? Was it a summary judgment?
I was called by my attorney, and he told me the judge has dismissed our case.
I don't understand it, though. Your attorney should find out why.
Yeah, I'm going to call him as soon as I hang up with you.
I want to call our attorney.
this
We have,
happened
if Joe Lazara's around, and ask him. No, your attorney should give you a reason. He must know. I mean, usually you know why. It may be a lack of evidence or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe they don't like the way you obtain the evidence. It could have been. See, it depends. In order for this to happen, I think the judge may have been presented with a motion. Another reason could be, and I hate to say this, but this happens. When a judge has a full docket, he starts going through his cases, and he tries to lighten his load, and he does it indiscriminately. I hate to say that, but there are lazy judges or overworked judges.
So my question,
was
Tom,
it dismissed with prejudice?
Yeah, I will find out exactly.
Well, do you know why I need to know? Because if it's dismissed without prejudice, you can refile.
Okay, refile. Dismissed without, I can refile.
Well,
So
just
my
ask your
said something
attorney,
about-
was it dismissed with or without prejudice?
Okay, with or without prejudice. Okay.
And then also ask if there any indication at all as to why. So if you do refile, usually if it's a filing issue or an evidence issue or something like that, it's without prejudice, meaning you can bring it again. If he did it with prejudice, then there's a serious error. So without knowing that, I can't do anything. So what else did you want to continue with your? What did you think we could help with?
Well, I thought that you just hit the nail on the head there with the me talking to my attorney,
Right.
because this was last year.
Oh, wait a minute! Holy crap! It was when last year?
Yeah. Well, the trial would have been May of last year.
And it was dismissed in May of last year. Oh no!
Yes, sir.
How long was it since the theft?
The theft was in November of 21.
November 22, November 23. You might be running out of time, bro. I don't know if you're going past the statute. Your attorney, you should talk to about that. You need to know about the dismiss. First, you need to know about statute of limitations. Then you need to know about prejudice or non-prejudice. And then if it was, you need to know the error made for it to be dismissed. And you're sure it was dismissed and not summary judged. If it was summary judged, that's a problem. Then you want to find out, was it as a result of a motion made? And if it was, then did your attorney answer that motion? I mean, it could have been dismissed because the other side made a motion of something saying it was illegally gotten or not this or not that, and then your attorney never answered the motion. You got so many, you have to get so many things with your attorney. First and foremost, you ask your attorney, was the dismissal as a result of a motion filed by the defense? Or in this case, it would be the defendant, yes, because you're the plaintiff. So you would ask that. Then, was it dismissed with or without prejudice? And then you want to know what was the issue and why didn't you answer the motion, and what is the statute of limitations? Find out all of that and call me back. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Boy, that would piss me off, I'll tell you that. Now, Bob's got a question about small claims court he's been holding, so I want to take him before the break. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, so I'm having a little difficulty deciphering which county I need to file a small claims in. And I've gone on the website. I've talked to
Well, tell me this. What are you suing about?
Okay, well, I talked to you the other day about my fence and the bad job that was done, and I want to take it to court. The job was done in Douglas County, but the entity is the main company is in Texas. They have an office here in Greenwood Village.
And I would think you'd have to sue him in Green. I think we can ask Mark because he goes to small claims court a lot. But I'm thinking it should be Greenwood Village.
Okay. So one of the clerks told me I have to file in Texas.
Well, they have an office here. You can sue them here if they have an office here and a registered agent here. Well, first of all, why would that clerk tell you that?
I don't know.
Why did you even talk to a clerk about it?
Because I was confused. I've been trying to make sure I go to the right county, and it just got a little confusing for me.
So this was the case where, tell me about this fence again. I'm confused about this. I'm looking for your case.
It was a property line fence between me and my neighbor to the north.
Right.
Invitation Homes is the company that owns the property. They had a company come out to tear out the old fence, put a new fence up. They put substandard materials up, substandard workmanship, and then they ruined the drainage for my water. And I got water.
Okay, I see it. The house next door did a bad job replacing the existing fence. The Architectural Review Board approved it after the fact. I remember, and yeah. And here's the thing. I said you have to show that they were negligent in what they did and that it was substandard, and you have all the evidence for that, right?
Yeah.
And you have pictures and all of that, and they never fixed it, right?
They never fixed it.
Small claims small claims is a reasonable thing to do.
They passed the buck to each other. I talked to the people who put the fence in the other day.
Why don't you
said
just,
that-
without talking to anybody, make them challenge venue? You're making it too easy. You're trying to do the right thing. And what you should do is make them challenge venue. What I would do, this is what I would do. I would serve them where they are in Greenwood Village or the registered agent. And if they don't have a registered agent, serve whatever office they have here and whoever's there.
Okay.
And then have them and just sue them there and have them challenge the venue.
Okay.
In other words, it would be up to them to say, we're in Texas. We don't have anybody in Colorado. Make them do it. But most likely they won't.
Okay.
Now,
so their registered agent is a different company.
Right. That's a professional. But they're still the registered agent. But the registered agent is in Colorado, right?
Yes, it's a corporation service company.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a service company, but you can still serve them.
Okay, do I service the corporation service company or Invitation Homes office here?
I would do both.
Okay.
And you can't do it. You have to hire a service.
Right.
How much damage are we talking about?
Well, I had one bid for the fence about $4,000, and then another one for $7,500.
How old is the fence?
Oh, the houses were built in 1991. So it's an old fence that they took out, but I didn't think it needed to be replaced.
But they did replace it when they took it out, right?
Yes, with the stained pine boards that are already shrinking.
Listen, you're going to have a tough time. I don't know if you're going to win. First of all, you have to establish it was your fence. I don't think you can. I don't think you're going to have standing. I think the HOA is going to step in. It's theirs. That's just my gut feeling, bro. That's my gut feeling. No reason to argue with me. I don't think you're going to win. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term.
10 seconds here, Tom, and Fuller's on the phone. Ready when you are.
Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
You know what? I've been in an accident before, and this rubbed me the wrong way. I get a call from the insurance company a day or two later, and they say, we want to ask you a bunch of questions, and then they say, and the phone call's recorded. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. This is like a deposition. I'm not represented. What the hell's going on? John, what happens in a case like that? If you're in a car accident, John Fuller Law, he's a personal injury attorney, and I thought this would be a great question for him because he represents people who have been injured, people who have been in an accident, and I always tell you to call him first and find out what your rights are. So, John, what happens in a case like that? You're in an accident a day or two later, you get a call, or whenever you get a call, and they want to record this conversation.
Yeah, that's a great question, Tom. Most of the time, well, let me tell you, the proper answer is it depends. Most of the time, if it's the at-fault company calling you and wanting a recording statement, that is absolutely not in your best interest, and you should not ever agree to do that. You have no obligation to participate in their investigation. 100% the proper answer is no. On the other hand, your own company has the right in their policy to do a recorded statement, and many times they do, to set up and properly allocate benefits for MedPay and to just otherwise get the claim set up. And so you have to know really what your rights are to know whether or not you want to participate in that. We specialize in these cases, and we know when and where and how to do the recorded statements, and we'll always be on the line with you when it's done. So give us a call. We can help navigate this really treacherous landscape and get you through to a good result at the end.
Now, that is really good advice because you can call. If you've already talked to John, you can call and they can be on there with you. That's 303-597-4500 where you can call if you're ever in an accident. Talk to John before you hire him. And if you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. You get a cell phone. You can call or text at any time. myaccidentlawyer.co, 303-597-4500. They do this all for $13.99 for a 40-gallon and $14.99 for a 50-gallon. You don't beat those prices anywhere. Any size you want, they beat any price. And they say put them to the test, and you'll see. Europlumbing, Colorado.net, 303-668-6844.
I'm here.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Couple years? Okay, what was your first name? Troy? All right, hang on for me, Troy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Go.
A piece of real estate or any other highly appreciated asset, you're still using pre-tax dollars. This can be a real game changer that opens up other financial opportunities, such as building retirement income, estate planning, and maintaining your family's wealth. So give us a call today and ask us about this powerful tax strategy and allow us to get to work for you. Before you sell, call Summit Wealth Strategies. If you have $500,000 or more of capital gains exposure, call 720-806-6885 or visit their website to learn more.
Okay, so. Are you ever, the two of you, ever able to get away because you run the company and always? Oh, you have something in Myrtle Beach? Two. Do you rent them out? Oh. For what? For cash flow or for capital? Well, that's a lot of house out there. On the cash flow. What are you shitting me? And you have a management company. It was good, you mean? Okay. But it was the same type of house? Who takes care of the houses? You have a management company? No management company? Okay. Yeah. But when you do the 5-bedroom one, that's all one party. You don't do 5 different.
What it is
Yeah. So you're always rented? Is there a lockbox? With a lockbox? And tell me, you've never had a bad tenant?
And what do they do? Bad ones.
Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with Code Sports. Because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility.
And your cleaner has to.
See DraftKings.com for details.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Dan, you have an issue with is it ticketsonsale.com?
Ticketsonsale.com, yes, and I don't know if you can necessarily help me, but I wanted to alert people.
Yeah,
about
I'd love to
it.
hear about it. What's going on?
Yeah, I bought some tickets. I was looking for the event, for the venue, and they redirected me to this ticketsonsale.com and said, tickets are going fast, make your purchase now. Bottom line, I paid $415 with fees and everything, and then saw that the actual venue, the 2 tickets would total cost is $94.
Wait a minute. How did you get redirected?
Well, I searched for the venue, which is the Levitt Pavilion, and the show is June 1st, and so I searched for
And
the
who
Levitt
were you going
Pavilion.
to see?
Calexico is playing with an orchestra.
And the venue,
in Denver.
how, I don't understand, though, when you started searching for this, did you go to the venue first?
I searched Levitt Pavilion, and it was a sponsored ad that says Levitt Pavilion, and then later I found out that it was ticketsonsale.com, and they don't even email the tickets until the day before the actual event. So I just want to alert people. I don't know. It seems like there are plenty of negative reviews.
By the way, you're right. If you Google them, you get all kinds of links that aren't them. But it says, right up in the big headline, Levitt Pavilion. So you think you're going to the venue,
right? And I tried to get a discount, and then obviously they have all the claims in their policies that say no.
Man, they
no
have bad
discounts
reviews
or no.
too.
Yeah, and I think they're actually burying a lot of the bad reviews and stories. If you try to find anything, it's all.
So anyway,
buried.
The bottom line is you overpaid, but did you get the tickets or not?
No, I still don't have the tickets. They say they email them to me on May 31st.
Oh, man.
And so
Do you-
I don't
do you
think
trust
there's
they
anything.
will?
I tried. I think they probably will, but they say that they're a second source, and that I tried to file a issue with my bank trying to cancel the transaction, and it might be like a 90-day period in order to actually.
You're
see
doing
if
it.
there's a
You're doing it
fraud.
with your credit card.
Yes.
I want to warn you, if you do that and you go and you end up going to the concert and the dispute took longer, you're not going to get your money back.
Right. Well, and I think that's what they know, and that's what they count on a little bit, because it's like a little catch-22 kind of situation. But
okay. So you're saying the tickets you bought compared to the venue, the total cost at the venue would have been how much?
$94 for 2 tickets. I actually bought 2 more tickets for the $94, and I already received the tickets. I received a PDF with the tickets and
And how much did you pay to them? Tickets.com again?
$94.
No. I'm talking about tickets on sale. How much did they hose you for?
Yeah, $415.
Oh my
for
God!
2 tickets.
And holy crap! I mean, You paid $415 and you could have paid $90 or $94. That's for two, that's not $94 a piece.
No, that's for two.
Oh man, that is a rip. But you fell for it, man.
Yeah, and I assume that tickets for shows are so expensive now, and I was trying to do it for a birthday gift for my wife, and it says tickets are going fast, blah, blah, blah. And so I just wanted to alert people and try to put it out there. Because, it's...
I'm glad you're doing that. But that goes for any reseller. Any reseller is going to have a premium. I never heard of a premium that's 4 times as much. I mean, that's incredibly bad. Thanks for warning us. I don't know what else we can do about it, unfortunately. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
A couple busy spots throughout the Denver Metro for the noon hour. I-25 northbound showing speeds in the 30s and 40s between Alameda and Colfax. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. No major complaints. I-25 southbound through town. Heading out east to DIA, it's a busy drive. I-70 eastbound between Peoria and Pena Boulevard. About a 5-minute delay through the area. As a result, 225 northbound, you're going to see some congestion on the off-ramp to I-70 eastbound as well. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, rain showers today. High 52, overnight low of 39. We're going to see rain the next couple of days and into the weekend with increasing temps. Tomorrow, high 59, Saturday, high 68. The current temperature is 50 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
GrossmanWellness.com. These are people that will keep you healthy. I belong to this clinic. It's a concierge service. You pay a few $100 a month. That's all your prescriptions. It's your supplements, your blood work every 3 months, along with an exam and a yearly physical and everything. It's an amazing program. Even if you have regular insurance, even if you have other stuff, this is the way to go for optimum health. I know. I've been doing it for years. It is amazing. You can text the doc at any time you need help. It's GrossmanWellness.com. For $249, you get started. $249. Get started. And find out where your health is at right now. And let me give you that number real quick. It's 303-233-4240. 7. Hey, Made in the Shade. What are they? Made in the Shade. They are window covering people. You know, like I have Buddy Mitchell here, and I say it's a one-stop shop, and they're great people and great installers. The same thing can be said for Made in the Shade, one-stop shop. They come to you, they look at your house, they have a designer. All of that's free. All of the measuring's free. Then they come up with a plan. If you decide to move forward, they have the best installers in the business as well. Man, what a really close parallel to like Simply Floors, right? So denvershades.co if you're looking for window coverings, denvershades.co. And of course, if you're looking for floor coverings, simplyfloorsinc.com. I know what you're thinking, Dragon. You're thinking I do such a hell of a job.
All the time.
Can you believe from $94 to $214 for $94 for 2 tickets, $415 for 2 tickets? That's 10 times, right? No, not 10. Wait. If one ticket's around $40, yeah, no, 240. Never mind. But it's like a way more. Telling the tickets for only $94. wants to get the word out. I don't blame him. I got to look for a Troy's call from 2 years ago. Jesus, he's calling, wants to know the follow-up. Troy. Can't be too many Troys to search. Okay, how many calls do you think I've gotten from Troy's? 15. 15. No, just in the last, since I've had this database, like 3 years. Troy, 15. I thought I'd have one. So it's a drainage issue? Okay, so I have 15 Troys. I find a drainage issue. An oil change. Troy. CenturyLink. Wait, is that? Nope. Firearms dealer, 19-year-old, having trouble with a car. Fire in the backyard. I can't find his call name. House fire. His dog. Personal injury attorney. Nope, can't find him. This is an odd one. Okay, you'll love answering that. Oh, me too. Me too, man, all the time. This is a story of my life.
761-6400.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-255. So Chopper is working on that Kawasaki problem. He said he wouldn't buy one because the dealers can't sell a new one right now because and owners can't drive or start the ones they have, and he's disgusted with that. So now let's talk to Troy. This is interesting. Troy, you called 2 years ago?
No, it was actually in 2020. I called about a drainage issue between my house and my neighbor's house.
And what was the issue?
So development north of me happened. They turned grass into asphalt, and the volume of water that came down the drainage canals caused an extreme amount of erosion. And I sent you the videos and the pictures, and you pretty much told me, good luck fighting City Hall.
Well, normally, here's why. Normally on drainage, the law is very strange. If it was deemed they didn't do anything wrong and they're just developing, the drainage is moved down the line to the last person, and they have to deal with it. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but that's the way drainage laws work in general. However, there has to be a drainage plan as well, and if there's a drainage plan, they have to abide by it. So it depends on the municipality or the PUD, planned unit development, and the local regulations. But normally there's a drainage plan, and then the drainage plan calls for retention or flow. And then if you're down the line, you have to deal with your part of the flow. But what you're saying is they disrupted drainage.
Correct. what happened was, so my development was built in the early 2000s. My house was built in 2002, and then there was new development built north of me.
I remember now. That's right. And I told you most likely your subdivision had, even though that came in later, your subdivision has to deal with the drainage, right?
Yep.
What happened?
Yeah, so
I hope I was wrong.
Oh, you were very wrong, sir.
Go ahead.
But I will give you partial credit. Get your dinger out.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Tell me what I was wrong about. Was it not true that you were part of a drainage plan, or tell me that part?
No,
I need to know that for future calls.
Okay. So I was part of the drainage plan. However, the developer in 2002, submitted the plans. Everything was approved to the 2002 standards. So the current standards, my development and didn't meet the current standards. So when they put in the new developments north of me, my development and the drainage plan couldn't support the drainage that was coming from the new developments.
Okay, so where was I wrong? Was I wrong in that you had to deal with it, or what? Tell me what was wrong.
Yeah, you were wrong that the HOA had to deal with it. So the drainage in El Paso County is still the responsibility of the county.
Okay.
Now, what was really wrong though in my development is as the drainage comes down to my property.
Yeah.
There wasn't an easement on my property that for the county. So all this water coming north of me was coming from the county drainage.
No, I get it. Did it turn out that instead of the people on the drainage plan being responsible down the line, it turned out that the county was responsible?
Yeah, the county was responsible but not accountable. When you deal with
but what does all this mean? What's the bottom line then?
Okay, so the bottom line is that the county accepted responsibility of they made a mistake.
No, I see what you're saying. They mistakenly approved an addition to the drainage plan without yours being upgraded.
Exactly.
So what happened as a result of that? What happened?
So bottom line is the county, working with the EPA, ended up getting $1 million to fix the problem. So
what? Wait a minute. So the county was able to get money to fix this for all of you?
Yes.
And that's because they screwed up the master plan.
Yeah, the master plan was crap.
Okay, well, that's good news, man.
Oh, yeah, and it was...
However, I want to make something clear for people listening so they don't think... And I don't mind being wrong. I was wrong in this case because the county had screwed up the master plan. But I just want to make this clear. Where there is a drainage plan, where there is no mistake, and there is a drainage plan, you have to deal with the drainage from above, and that's the way drainage plans work. But keep going. Go ahead.
Well, I want to make a little modification. So if you're above the bottom guys, right? And you cause a change that impacts the bottom guy, your change, so you're responsible for the impact of the guy below you. So
no, only if, listen, Troy, I don't want to split hairs, but a lot of people listen to this show and they listen to what we say. You are only responsible for the impact if you do not follow the drainage plan.
You are correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you violate the drainage plan,
that's right,
and cause damage to the guy below you, you are responsible.
That's absolutely correct. That's right.
Take a break, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, I got to take a break. Hold on, I want to come back and find out what happened after this to your property. No. Okay, how much time do I have then?
6.
6, good. I want to get some coffee. Do you want anything?
Liver or kidney
got some weird questions. I'm not going to tell you what they are. See it. Except for commercial. So, do you have kids?
Order it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Troy, the county ended up, because they screwed up their drainage, they ended up getting money from the EPA. Did that fix your property? That's the bottom line, did it?
Well, bottom line is I've got a construction crew out here with some massive equipment fixing this drainage.
No
it went
fooling,
above
man.
and beyond.
How many?
Yeah,
so
man,
this has gone on for 4 years. You've been fighting this.
Well, no, I talked to you about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
But this has been going on for well over 10 years.
Oh, my God.
So when I called you, I was at the end of my rope looking for help, and
I wish that I had thought back then to tell you to get the to have somebody check the county's plan, because I would have never thought that they got it wrong and they had the wrong standards and the wrong plan, and that screwed the entire neighborhood up. That's wonderful. Thank you for letting us know. I love it when I hear from old listeners from problems years ago. Give us a call.
When Masters.
All right, guys. Woo! Turns out the county had gotten the drainage plan wrong, which, not on the air. He's been working his ass off on some projects we have. We're revamping the referral list for birth searches and doing a massive not necessarily. I have money. I have a career I never. So much fun. But man, having those that's a whole business. A whole business.
Tom?
Each? Oh. So that's weird, though. That area, why? Were you from that area? No. I'll look it up. Hold on, babe. So that is incredible. I mean, isn't it funny how things happen, though? Isn't it weird? I love hearing stories like that. Like, honey, I'm looking for it right now. Hold on. Okay, I'm putting you on speaker. Hold on. All right. So now all my YouTube people can hear you.
No, don't say that, because then they'll hack me. So just, can you text it
I'm not going to say it over the air. Hold on, baby. I'm going to get it.
I don't trust you and your big mouth.
Hold on. I got it, and I'm going to text it. Let me just see. I just want to make sure I have it. Okay. Now, do you need your name too? It's your AOL thing. Okay? That's the email you're using.
I don't think they were.
Yep, that's right. That's what it has on here.
And then I'll give you the password right now. There it is. Bye, honey.
Okay, bye, Mom.
Hey, Tom,
Yes.
are you done with Troy?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Troy, thanks for calling.
He should bring me cookies. Although I didn't do anything. Do you have a place where you keep all your passwords and stuff? I'm scared
Okay.
as shit that.
So you have another comment. All right, hang on.
I'll never hack though, because I keep everything.
I hate it when people can't go.
Oh, they've never been hacked. Never. I do everything. And my secure servers for the actual transaction. Are you going to tell me it didn't work, honey? Well, that's the one I have written. That's the one I have written down. That's right. That's the one I have. That's what the honey. That's the one I have now. If you changed it since then. I don't know what you're talking about, old and new. Oh, you mean on my sheet for you? Hold on. Yeah, I know, on Google. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at it. And honey, that is the one I have for your, that's what I have for your Apple ID. Now, but nothing else, honey. In fact, that's what I have
Good afternoon.
for
Thanks
your
for calling.
Gmail,
That's
and
all
that's what I
Martino.
have for your Xfinity account, and that's...
No, this is Kelly.
Ah, shit. Well, it could be your stupid dog.
Well, you can certainly email us at help@troubleshooter.com, and I can forward that to them.
Capital B, but honey, can you reset it somehow?
Help.
Well, it will. It'll send it to your email because you have. Just see if your dog works.
No, they don't do off-air calls. Okay, no problem. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, try it with or without that bang mark. Hold on. Okay, bye. I'm the keeper of the passwords, and now it's not working. I don't know what the hell.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people. Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
Yeah. How expensive? Oh, come on. Several thousand? Oh, no, I would never do $1,000 a month for
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Well, come running. running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. Buddy Mitchell's with us from simplyfloorsinc.com. We've been talking about floor coverings on and off. I've known him for years on this, and I do have some interesting questions that were texted to us. By the way, just so you know, we reviewed a question about waterproof. There's no waterproof LVP or luxury vinyl tile or luxury vinyl planking, although they bill it as such. It's kind of resistant more than anything. It's not waterproof. And what about, you said there was this is not the question I want to get to now, but I do want to ask, recapping on, you said that the laminates are pretty good now with water.
The big thing that happened with laminate is if you got it topically wet, it would blister. That was the old laminate.
Oh, no, they were terrible. Yeah.
They were terrible at that. And it's because there was a race to the bottom, how cheap we could make it. And so when LVP came on the market, you could get it wet topically. So you could get it wet and it wouldn't blister. The problem with LVP is if water comes up from a concrete subfloor, you'll get peaking and it gets brittle. So, if your house floods and you say, oh, well, it's supposed to be waterproof and, it's not, they're going to say, well, yeah, it flooded and it's not waterproof, right? But you can mop it, right? And
I
that's
see
the
what
water.
you're saying.
So they call it 100% waterproof, but if you look at like Cortec, if you go in and you read their specifications, if your basement floods with an inch of water.
Is there anything waterproof then? Any floor covering?
No.
I mean, I guess ceramic tile would be, but then but not the grout and not the under. I mean, if it gets through the grout and underneath it, it's going to lift it.
Once water gets somewhere.
So it's not
tile
truly,
is probably the closest to waterproof.
Yeah, if you sealed everything on top. Yeah.
And so LVP is topically waterproof mostly. And so, like Mohawk came out with Revwood, and several manufacturers have a very similar, where their locking system is so good and the way they redesigned laminate, that a lot of laminates, not all, but a lot of laminates are topically waterproof.
What about carpets?
Not really. I mean, once carpet gets wet, the backing, the glue that holds the backing.
Wasn't there one that was supposed to be?
Yeah, but it was so expensive to make that
they didn't make it anymore. They don't make it.
They quit selling it. Yeah.
Okay, now I want to go back to the phones here, and Josh, go ahead, Josh.
Hey, Tom. One of your YouTube morons. I wanted to give a shout out to Keith 13.
Thanks, Josh. What's happening?
Wanted to tell you again that you were wrong. And
on what?
I think you should look on your passwords. It sounded like you have all your passwords in a spreadsheet.
Yes.
You might want to look at using a product such as Bitwarden or NordPass.
Okay, you were listening to Buddy and I talking and talking about passwords off the air on YouTube. Listen, I want to ask you this, Josh. I'm serious about this because now everyone's getting hacked. Google's not been hacked yet, but truly, I do keep my passwords in a drop dead list. And I keep it on Google and in the cloud. Do you think that's crazy?
A little bit. In terms of security, the main issue I see with that is that you probably have them stored in plain text.
Yes.
As soon as someone gets access to that, they can see it right away.
I wonder, but can you encrypt those? Can you encrypt Google Drive?
That's a good question. I don't know about that.
I wish someone listen. I want to come up with a better password system. First of all, we have passwords, right? And my passwords are all over the damn place. But what I mean is, we all have 100 passwords, right? At least. So I want to keep them somewhere though, because there's no way I remember all of them. So what do you do? What do you do for yours?
So I use two different services. One of them is called Bitwarden, Bitwarden.
Okay.
And also NordPass, which is a product provided by NordVPN. Both of them, essentially, you create your profile, and then you can go in and essentially create different, almost like contacts, essentially. And you can put the website, your username, your password. You can add extra notes.
But then you got to trust them, though. I mean, in other words, isn't that what I'm doing with Google? That's really what I'm doing on Google Drive.
Yes, but the passwords, at least I believe when they're stored within their systems, are encrypted. And also they generate, you can use it to generate random passwords and save each one, and then you just have to remember the master password for the password manager account. And a good rule of thumb on that is
and so every time you log on, it generates a different one?
No, it doesn't generate a different one every time. But you can use it like if, let's say, you were adding your Facebook account to your Bitwarden profile.
Yeah.
You would go in and tell it your email address, and let's say you were creating a new account, and you could ask it to create a new password, and you could give it parameters such as the length, if you want special characters, uppercase, numbers, anything like that.
Now,
these,
do you think it's crazy when people use the same password?
100%.
I don't do that, by the way.
The amount of stories I've heard of one account being compromised, and then the havoc that can be wreaked by people. With the amount of information put out there nowadays, you could easily find. If you find someone's single password, you could easily figure out what kind of systems they're using at work or their email.
I don't know why we can't have a system. Obviously, if you're on a foreign computer, I hate getting on computers that I don't know. So I usually take my laptop with me or my phone. I never, ever log into anything secure on any other computer. However, what would be wrong with this? What would be wrong with biometrics? Because my Apple here, my MacBook Pro can do biometrics, and your cell phone, you could do biometrics with it. I wonder, or face, why don't we do that more often? Why do we even have a password now with face recognition or biometrics with a thumbprint or a fingerprint? Why do we even bother with passwords at all?
And that's a good question, and I haven't looked too much into it, but I believe Google is actually trying to do something different along those lines of using the biometrics within the devices that just about everyone carries.
Because you have to be pretty damn crazy to try to hack someone's biometrics. And it could be it could be your camera, it could be your eyeball, your iris, it could be your fingerprint, it could be your face recognition. I mean, it baffles me today that we're still using passwords. And
I agree. Then that's why I recommend these password managers creating these long 20-digit passwords that are just randomness, and then using the password manager to memorize them essentially.
So, but basically, then when you go in and you have to type in one of these like really long passwords that you have in your password manager, you don't type in the password itself. The password manager does that for you.
Yep, so depending on the app and the integration, I can go in and essentially as soon as I open the app, it will autofill the username, and then it will ask essentially for my biometrics for my thumbprint, at least on my cell phone. And as soon as I provide that, it will autofill the password, or if I'm on my computer, I just have to give it the
then
password.
Am I correct in assuming then, if someone hacks that account, then they have all of your passwords?
True, and that's where using passphrases instead of just coming up with a single password like a pet's name or anniversary or birth date, come up with a phrase and add in numbers and special characters in there, and try and make it a bit longer. I mean, if you get I want to say if you get into the realm of 24 digits, at least with special characters, I mean the amount of computing power to be able to crack something like that.
I get it.
Is going to be pretty big.
Well, thank you for calling, man. Seriously, Josh, I know I was talking about passwords. I was telling Buddy, I just don't know what to do, but I got to keep them somewhere, and I call it a drop dead list. But yeah, it's amazing to me. One time, by the way, thank you again for calling 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. One time, I was hacked in Google, and Sue's found out somebody tried to hit my account for a couple $100,000, our business account. And I can't believe I fell for it. It was years ago. and it was Google, and somehow the login screen came up to verify who I was, but it wasn't Google, and I don't know how it happened. So I type in my password. Next thing I knew, Sue says, and we had good banks that flagged it. Sue says, Tom, somebody's trying to hit our account for a couple hundred. And I said, oh my God. And I realized that my password was on there along with others. I literally had to do every single password over and do away with them because they had everything. There was all of it was on there. So what I have to do now is hope no one hacks my Google account. And of course, I'm really tricky with my Google account. My password is not capital P anymore. It's lowercase p, A, S, S, W, but not W-O-R-D. It's W0RD. So I'm really tricky. And then I put an exclamation point at the back. So that password, I think, is pretty damn secure. We got more coming right up.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. Over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
Now, if you want to talk about plumbing and deals, Europlumbing, Colorado.net. We're talking about incredible prices for water heaters, starting at $12.99 for a $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank, $13.99, and that's the old one taken away. And it's $14.99 for a 50-gallon. No matter what you want, what kind, what size, they'll do it cheaper and better. And you know what else they'll do? Any plumbing repair cheaper than anyone. That's what they say. Listen, they have built the company on bargains. Europlumbing, Colorado.net, they say put them to the test. 303-668-6844. Hey, DenverRegen.com, you've heard me talk about them. Denver Regen will get you semaglutide, and that is compounded for weight loss, and it's $250 a month. Compare that to $1,200 or $1,400 for the brand names. Plus, you get doctor consultations and all supplies, $250 a month. DenverRegen.com. ProBid Energy, they are your solar company for sales, installation, and service, and they do complete systems with battery backup starting at just $20,000 for a house, and they can do commercial systems getting up to 75% paid for by grants and loans, and you need or tax credits. You need to contact them. ProBidEnergy.com. Were we able to work in John Fuller or not? Oh, yeah, we did. Sorry, me. But
yeah, that was last hour.
Yeah. Sorry, forgot it. Okay. All right. Now. Oh, I got those questions I forgot to ask you here. Okay, because I got off on that waterproof tangent.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, I would never use sequential numbers for my password like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I do use 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I go backwards. No one will figure that one out. I wish really we can come up with something pretty good for passwords. By the way, Ray's on right now. Ray, you have a question? Go ahead, Ray. Welcome. What's happening?
Yeah, I was curious. The annuities that you advertise.
The fixed index annuities. Yes, sir. What can I tell you?
Would it be of any benefit for somebody that is 80 years old and has $300,000 to put it in an annuity?
Yes and no. Let me explain something to you, okay? If you did a $300,000 annuity and turned on the income immediately, you would get a monthly check guaranteed for the rest of your life. And I don't mean this to be morbid, but the rest of your life isn't so long at 80 as it would be at 50 or 40. So really, you would get income, but I'm not sure what you would not have liquidity if you needed it. You could only take 10% of the account. So what is your goal if you have 300,000? Because I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm saying it might not be, the older you are, the less you're going to draw from that account.
Yeah, it's not for me. It's for my mother-in-law. She's just selling her house and needs somewhere to
How
put
old
the
is
money,
she?
So I didn't know. She's right at 80.
Okay, so she's getting Social Security, and she would definitely get income. It would be protected, and she can actually get a bonus going in. But the problem is going to be this, okay? She's going to die eventually here and not take advantage of it. So what you would want to do is, if she has a beneficiary, it would be excellent. Then she can leave the leftover money to her estate. If all she wants is the security of income, it would be a good thing, especially a no-load fixed indexed annuity with guaranteed income, guaranteed bonus, guaranteed never to lose. But here's the other thing. Because if she took that principal amount, and let's say she put it in even a conservative investment that can make her, or some debt securities, she could put them in that, and that would get her an income, all right? It would get her an income. And those debt securities then could be sold by her estate when they die, and the same thing could happen. So that's one way of looking at it, okay? The problem with that is it's the securities themselves go up and down in value, where the annuity has a fixed amount in the account and the heirs get the rest of it. She could also do preferred stock of some really good companies and get an income. But then if she needed liquidity, she could get it instantly. And preferred stock and debt securities don't vary like regular stock do. They don't go way up and way down. So it really depends on her goal. If she just wants steady income, she needs to look at all three of those. But a fixed index annuity is probably the safest, but she will give up her liquidity. Does that make sense, Ray?
She doesn't need the money. So, yeah, she doesn't need the money. She just wants to, I guess, protect it for her daughter. So
okay, well then an annuity could do that for her. It could do that for her.
All right, I'll give the company a call.
Give Joe a call. But listen, do me a favor. If you have any questions, though, because I'm going to tell you something. Joe that's what he does. And he's not going to recommend an alternative. Now, he may say an annuity is not good or bad for you, but he's not going to recommend an alternative necessarily. So, because that's what he does. So there's nothing wrong with calling him. He's honest. He's a great guy. He won't steer her wrong if it's not appropriate. In fact, as a certified financial planner he has to have a certain amount of best interest at heart, a fiduciary responsibility to people. So he can't recommend something that's not appropriate. His number is 303. 303-779-6600. 303-779-6600. I just a word on that. On any fixed indexed annuity, you are trading liquidity. Remember that, even at a younger age. Now, that doesn't mean you could never get the money. Let's take some worst case scenarios. If you put money into a fixed indexed annuity and you need it all for a kidney transplant for your grandchild, I don't know. You just want it all. You will sacrifice a percentage of your money for that, okay? It's not like, it's probably under 10%, but you're going to sacrifice, I believe, and you won't get the bonus either. You have to be in there a certain amount of time to keep that bonus. The other thing is, if you want to take up to 10% of the account value per year, you can do that as well in an emergency. Like you can take 10%. Then you have 10% working toward your income as well. So it is a balance, and it is sacrificing liquidity. But you also give up volatility, meaning you won't have great price swings up or down, but you're also never going to have a loss ever of any income you've earned thus far and any principal. With any financial product, there is always a cost. And no matter what, the more risk you take, the more money you can make, and the more money you can lose. And then the less risk, the more conservative, then the more conservative the return. And then on another note, if you want to compare the risk to the return, there are metrics all day long that can do that. And a really good advisor can show you that. Like how much risk is it worth? There are some investments, for example, that have the optimum risk for return, and others that have way too much risk for the return. Then there are others that are conservative, that have the highest risk possible for conservative, and some are not good. And these are all these ratios they have. And the problem that I have with advisors is that they don't avail themselves of these tools necessarily to give an objective evaluation of your investment. Most advisors, I hate telling you this, but it's the God's honest truth, they don't know anything. And they defer to broker dealers who really manage your money, and then they call themselves your advisor. So if you really want good people, you got to search long and hard for them. 303-713-8255. Buddy Mitchell, first question. Mixed media flooring. Do you know what that means? Mixed media. Oh, yeah. They want to know, and I think it's ugly as hell, but they've seen it before, where carpet or tile is mixed in with wood, where there's a section of carpet or a section of tile, and then there's wood trim around it or wood patterns. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's mostly commercial though, and I've never seen it in houses.
We've done it in houses where we've had like a hardwood perimeter with a carpet inset, but not like little
a big
pieces.
No, not little, but like 4x4s or 3x3 square.
Well, that's little to me.
4x4s. Okay.
No, I've never done that in a house.
Or 6. Okay, then somebody wants to know, this is a different one. Have you ever done in an entryway with any kind of flooring, sculpting or initials or wording or something like, anything like that?
No, that would be a sand and finish hardwood company would do that. I've seen people do that sand and finish, where they can take wood and they can carve it and then they can sand it.
What about these? What do they call them when they're? I have one up in my hallway that for when you walk in, it's an inlay.
An inlay. Yeah, we've sold those.
You do those?
Yeah.
And
usually that's ceramic tile or a hardwood inlay that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
but it's still usually sand and finish.
But that's got to be intensive labor-wise, right? If you do it on spot, or do they sell them pre-made?
They sell them pre-made.
Oh, they do.
Now, like if you did someone's welcome, to the
to a Martino house or something, that would be actually foolhardy if you're going to sell your house. But but have you seen those kinds of things?
I've never seen it, but I know there's hardwood floor installers out there that could probably.
And
do it.
then on another note, just for me, I'm wondering, sculpted carpet, you don't see that at all anymore, do you?
No, there's a lot of pattern carpets that kind of look sculpted, but not like it used to be.
No, not at all.
It's been out for a long time, and I haven't seen it.
Then I heard there was a resurgence for a while, and I hope to God it went away for the shags again. Ugh.
Well, those heavy frise. Shag never went away. They called it frise.
Really?
Yeah, frise carpet. But it never got as big as the extent of the old shags.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like a modified.
It's a modified. It's a cut pile carpet that is kind of really loose, and they're actually they went away too. They were a little bit more durable because you were walking on the side of the yarn instead of the tips. And when I first started selling in like 2010 through 14, they were really popular. But I don't even have one in my showroom anymore.
Now, we have in one of our places we have I hate it, buddy. I hate it. It's the most durable stuff I've ever seen in my life. It's really nice looking. I hate it, and I'll tell you why I hate it. It's like a waffling. It traps every bit of dirt there is. I mean, it's amazingly hard to keep clean. Do you know what I mean by waffling almost?
Yeah, it's like
it's
a
not
waffle
as
pattern.
deep as a waffle, but
it's like a waffle pattern.
It could be a
waffle pattern.
Yeah. You've seen, okay, but those crevices can trap dust and debris. It's terrible. Yeah. And because it's not soft, it's not really hard, but it's not soft, vacuums don't really clean them that well. Because those beater brushes, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, I mean, do they sell still those kinds of carpets?
Oh yeah, that was a popular carpet. It was made with like probably
very good quality. Oh my God.
6 nylon, and
really,
that was the thing about nylon. Nylon was really, really durable, but it was also really hard and not very soft.
Exactly.
And then Smart Strand came onto the market, which was an upgraded polyester, basically, and they could make it really soft. And so they then tried to make nylon softer, which then took away the durability.
Break when you can here, Tom.
So,
all right, we got more coming up. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Some usual busy spots all throughout the Denver metro for the early afternoon commute. I-25 northbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between Alameda and Colfax. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Up on the northeast end through Commerce City, I-270 westbound. Roadwork continues at York, slow driving back from Northfield and Quebec. Further east, DIA, you're going to start seeing busy traffic, Havana Street to about Pena Boulevard. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, rainy the next few days, high 52 today, overnight low of 39, tomorrow high 59, and a bit warmer for Saturday and Sunday. Saturday high 68, Sunday high 67. The current temperature in Denver is 50 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale is here. Save up to $500 on select adjustable bed sets like the all-new Temper Adapt collection with advanced pressure relief to help reduce aches and pains. Plus, get a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Hurry into Mattress Firm today.
O'Brien Legal Services. That's O'Brien, O, Legal, L, Services, S, OLS, law.com. Now, call O'Brien Legal Services for any real estate issues at all. If you're a landlord, if you're dealing with property borders in a subdivision, if you are buying a house and you want someone to look over the docs, you're having a seller finance the house, you're buying with a partner for a fix and flip, whatever it is. Just think real estate, think Bradley O'Brien, O'Brien Legal Services, OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388. Hey, I got SimplyFloorsInc.com here today, and Made in the Shade is what I like. Buddy is to floors. Made in the Shade is to window coverings. They do such a great job. They have everything available. And right now, all the new stuff, there's no cords anymore. All you do is push and pull, or you have a cell phone operated or a remote, battery operated, solar operated, or manually operated. You can have high tech, low tech, in between tech, all kinds of materials. They do shutters, they do blinds. They do, of course, good old fashioned curtains, whatever you need, Made in the Shade. They measure and design free. And then if you go forward, the best installers in the business, denvershades.co, denvershades.co. And the number there is for Made in the Shade. Let me give you that phone number, too. A lot of people ask for that. 720-458-6566. That's a good
Do you get a lot of engagement, like people texting and emailing during the show?
And YouTube.
Okay.
And Facebook.
It's crazy.
Yeah. That's where I'm coming up with a lot of this stuff. See, these password companies scare the shit out of me. I mean, because...
Must be a jelly
Okay,
spot.
like this one company, this
Hurt
one
my
app,
ears.
Yep.
on the App Store, they're saying,
Exactly right.
we're going to look at your credit card bill and all of your statements, and we're going to see if there's any charges that keep coming up that you should know about. In other words, they look for patterns, and so to try to identify fraud, right? Right?
Right.
Okay. But they want your login for every goddamn credit card you have. Well, you've just given them the keys. So you got to really trust that app. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, why do we blindly trust these companies?
I don't know that we do.
I think a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Okay, these financial companies, okay, these aggregate sites where you go on like a Quicken, but even worse than that, there are some that are not Quicken or QuickBooks. There are some that are just a site where you put in every single account you have with your name, your password, and the access. They go out and retrieve it and put it on an aggregated site so you can get a picture of your finances. Look what you've just done.
Yeah.
Every account you have.
I think my wife does that with...
I do it.
With Quicken.
See, the thing I didn't like about Quicken is there's some accounts they can't connect.
It with me, state of the art. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, so Buddy and I were talking off the air, and then I was talking to some YouTube morons, and then I was also talking on text. You know these aggregate finance sites, right? Or aggregate any site. Like, remember the one that Truebill, I think it was called, the app? They say they'll look through all of your bills to see recurring charges to make sure there aren't anything. They like have an algorithm that can find fraudulent charges, or they wonder, hey, what's this 89 cents you're paying every 3 months or every 3 days? Or you know what I'm saying? Basically, they try to identify errant charges and things that shouldn't be on there. And I looked at it, I thought that's a cool concept, right? Because I have Suze now that looks over everything. She's so good. But I have other credit cards that are personal she doesn't look over. She looks over our business stuff. So when I have personal stuff I'm sure there are things on there I'm paying for I forgot about. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many things we have nowadays, an app or something, where you're paying some stupid monthly charge. But in order to get on this thing, you got to give them all your passwords to all your credit cards and your name. Obviously your name and your credit cards. So really, why is it that we trust these apps? We trust the password apps. We trust the True Bill kinds of apps. And what about the aggregate sites like Quicken and Empower and other ones where you want to get a picture of your finances, right? Who has time to log on to 5 or 6 or 8 accounts and investment accounts and all of that if you have money spread around, right? So there are aggregate sites where you put in all of your accounts. First, you got to put in the website. You got to put in your username. Got to put in your password. Then you put in another account, and then another account, and then another account, and then it gathers it all on a page, and it aggregates it in front of you so you can get a picture of your finances. Well, you think about that. Anyone at that company, anyone, has access to every single financial account you have. Why is it that we trust these? We do. Why is it? I mean, are we thinking there's no one that works there? Or maybe they don't. But how would we know that? And of course, we trust Google. Do you realize I thought, what if someone from Google ever went on their own and wanted to hack? Of all the information services, I think Google probably holds the most when it comes to stuff that could really screw you up. So I would like to know, what's the answer? I mean, at some point, we are giving out our name and password way more than we think. We think we're not, but we are. We're giving it out to everything. If you have QuickBooks, Quicken, if you have any kind of aggregated financial website or password minder or any kind of collective site, we're screwed. We're totally screwed. And that is the thing that we have come to accept for some reason. We download these apps or we go to these websites where we have no idea how secure they are, and we give them everything, yet we hide them from friends and neighbors and family, right? Oh, no, you can't have my PIN. You can't have my username. You can't have my password. And boom, everyone else gets it. That's the weird part. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Another floor covering question. Once a carpet, they had some water damage. Once it's wet, can you dry it out and keep it, or is it going to show problems after that, buddy?
No, you can keep it. It's if
it can be recovered.
Well, it depends on how picky you are.
And right? How long it's soaked? I don't know. How long?
Once a carpet gets wet, the problem with it is the backing is damaged, and so therefore it's going to wrinkle a lot. It's going to get real loose and start wrinkling. Like we put a lot of carpet in basements, and the moisture coming up through the pad into the carpet makes the carpet wrinkle, right? It's because, water damages the backing stretches. So when you get water damage, if you clean it and it doesn't smell, you can put the carpet back, but don't expect it to last and don't expect it not to wrinkle, and hire someone to come out every now and then and stretch it back.
See, because some insurance companies, do you realize what they do? They make you keep carpet if they think, they actually have gone to a point where they make you keep 3 rooms and they'll replace 4 or 5, the 4th room or 5th room. They try to piecemeal it. So can you get carpets to match?
No.
Can you get them?
Yes.
Even the same carpet?
Yes, but there'll be a dye lot difference and you'll see the same.
See, that's what I don't understand. In today's day and age, technology, why are there dye lot differences? Is it for microscopic changes in the formula or what?
Yeah, microscopic changes. You put 2 pieces of carpet together and you lay them on the floor and they're not from the same run. You
can see a difference?
If you're really picky, yeah.
Okay. And have you had people like that? So
Yes.
what happens then? They have to replace everything? Or you get the same dye lot and you save it? Have you ever had people put carpet away to save it? No, I know.
I've had people say, hey, I want to order an extra piece for my stairs because it's going to wear out pretty quick. But...
Hey, Ryan, what's your comment on passwords?
Yeah, I just want to let you know that what I do in my household, we could just go ahead and keep paper and pen in a little notebook and keep it in our safe.
You know what?
And then on top of that, we write it in we write it in cursive.
So you have your own. Okay, you know what? No one's going to hack it, but here's the deal. So do you ever have to refer back to it because you forgot them?
Sometimes, yeah.
That's a pain
because
in
there's
the
so
ass,
many of
isn't
them,
it?
you know.
That's
we just keep it updated.
I
And
like the
sometimes we have
idea.
to white it out and
Yep.
rewrite it.
I also like hints. For example, don't put the password down, but put a hint down that tells you what you're doing.
Right.
And then,
but now nobody knows how to read cursive, so we write it in cursive too.
I get it, man.
That's a bad joke.
By the way, are they still teaching cursive in school?
It depends on the school, but more likely, no. It's print, and some schools do, but I don't think it's prevalent like it used to be when I was in school or when you were in school.
Yeah, I know it, man. And then we were writing on cave walls. 303-7130. Thanks, man. We got more right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage.
Some usual busy spots all throughout the Denver Metro for the early afternoon commute. I-25 northbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between Alameda and Colfax. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Up on the northeast end through Commerce City, I-270 westbound. Roadwork continues at York, slow driving back from Northfield and Quebec. Further east, DIA, you're going to start seeing busy traffic, Havana Street to about Pena Boulevard. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, rainy the next few days, high 52 today, overnight low of 39, tomorrow high 59, and a bit warmer for Saturday and Sunday. Saturday high 68, Sunday high 67. The current temperature in Denver is 50 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Mother's Day is coming up, and Macy's Backstage has amazing deals on great gifts that Mom is going to love, all for $15 and under. Get low prices every day at Macy's Backstage. Find a store near you today at macy'sbackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
You know, Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, has to be one of the finest people I know and one of the finest business people I know. He does market analyses of your home free of charge to let you know what you will get when you sell it. And he does it as a complimentary service, but never pressures you to list your home. If you want to know what it's going to sell for, call Frank and get an analysis. It's very detailed, taking into consideration all of the market factors. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Now let's say you're buying a home. You can't wait for rates to go down if you're buying. So go to Ideal Home Loans and you have a no-lose situation. Ideal Home Loans can get you a loan to buy that house. And then the interest rate guarantee, the only ones doing it, when rates go down, they refinance you free of charge. I love the way it works. Call for details, 303-867-7000, idealhomeloans.com. Hey, solar systems are really great. The problem are the solar companies. So until now, you really had a bunch of schlock. They want to sell it, and then somebody else installs it, and then nobody services it. But with Red Rocks Roof and Solar, they do it all, and they do it with a reputable, dependable company. RedRocksRS.com. They sell, install, and service, plus they're financing experts, and they can help you with the tax credits. You get 40% when you use them, 40% tax credit. They can even help you with grants if you have commercial systems to help pay for them. You will love the way they do business. RedRocksRS.com. That's 303-704-2449.
But I do remember when everybody was kind of freaked
What do you
out
mean?
over that COVID thing. I wasn't working full time then on Martino. I was just filling in every once in a while, and I think we had 6 different socks, and we had to like Lysol them every day, and
Aren't we all glad we lived through that?
Troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, buddy, I don't often ask this. Do you have sales going on, or do you ever do specials? Anything going on that any special suppliers or thing? So let me know.
Yeah, we got a special going on right now with carpet.
Okay.
We have a product called our Best Buys. If you go into any of our showrooms or have our salespeople come to your house, you can ask them to say, what is the Best Buy carpet? And it says Best Buy on it. Mm-hmm.
It's not from Best Buy. We
call it Power Buy. Sorry.
Power Buy, good.
It's a Power Buy, and we bought a lot of it in our buying group that we're part of.
Okay, so it's something that you have a particular supply of.
Yeah, and we got it right now. It's 25% off. So,
and that's a real 25% off from a great price.
From our very good price, yeah.
And is that just carpeting or any floor covering?
That's just the carpet. Our hard surface right now, we're selling a lot of hardwood. We've brought in a lot of really nice hardwoods for people.
Solid hardwood.
Solid and engineered hardwood.
Yeah.
So, yeah, beautiful stuff. We've got our Paradiso line of hardwood. It's an oil finished floors, so...
Is there an advantage to an oil finish? Is it easier to keep up and to redo?
When you damage it, it's easier to fix. When you have a polyurethane on a floor and you scratch
it seals it, right?
Well, yeah, but when you have a polyurethane or aluminum oxide on a floor and you scratch it, you can't fix the poly or the scratch without it's sticking out like a sore thumb. Where with an oiled floor, you can rub oil on it and you can...
See, that's what I love. Yeah. So why does anyone do that hard shell surface?
because it became popular in the 60s, 1960s. So
if you have one of those floors, the pre-finish, they don't come oiled, right? Or do they?
No, we have several of them. Yeah.
Pre-finished.
Pre-finished
with
oiled floors, yeah.
Oh, those are. See, that's the best of everything, in my opinion, is having stuff oiled. Again, it would be so much easier to blend if you have to fix
Absolutely.
or maintain even.
Right.
And you don't have to sand them down all the way.
No.
See, and this polyurethane or whatever you call this other thing, whether it's shiny or flat, it's hard to maintain, isn't it?
No, it's
not hard to maintain, hard to patch.
It's hard to fix.
Yeah.
A damage.
We're out of time. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Thanks, man. I'll see ya.
All right, you're clear too.
Oh, we're hiring a production manager right now.